Oh my goodness, a little late. I never heard the alarm go off. I was upstairs trying to find something nice to change into. My apologies for being, what, 9 minutes late. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. You know, why is it that when you know you have a lot of stuff to do, the men folk want to be helpful by being not helpful? So Mike tried. I give him credit. Mike tried. Gary, on the other hand, Gary, on the other hand, is a whole other thing. Right. I have absolute less chaos, but different chaos around me. I know I had a box that had a bag with Christmas jewelry in it, and I just could not find it. But that's neither here nor there. I'm here. My apologies for being a little late. But I was counting on, I was literally right in the room above me and above here, and I really expected to hear the alarm go off on the phone. My alarm is Scottish bagpipes screaming out, Scotland the Brave. How did I not hear that? Everybody complains about that because they can hear it all through the house. And I didn't even hear it. So I'll have to double check when this is over. Maybe I screwed up and I didn't reset it saying 9 p.m. And maybe it says 9 a.m. Hey, it's the other Nancy. Hello, how are you? And Linny. I love that name. Linny's Moose got loose. People do not realize just how big those suckers can get. Honestly, moose have got to be one of the prehistoric creatures that still survives. Oh my goodness, they are massive. So, Jeanette, hello, Jeanette. Oh, what is that? And grumpy? Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. Mike saw moose when he had the chance as a scout to go on the high adventure trip out to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And he said, you know, we drove past one in the car and they went, oh, that's not that big. And then Mom stepped out from the trees. It wasn't a baby one, but it definitely was not an adult. And then they all went, whoa. It shook them up. So give me a second to get some water into me because I have been kicking up dust and my throat is drying out on me. We don't want my throat to go in earlier than it normally does. Oh, I realized not only had I not taken allergy meds, but I have no Tylenol down here at the desk. And my back is already not a happy camper. So I brought some Tylenol down in an itty bitty jar. I was gonna, this had little liqueur shots. Michael brought them home, but it's such a nice little size. This was not what I intended to use it for. I had intended to use that for beads because I have some vintage glass beads that are in these plastic tubes. These things were my grandmother's, and I inherited them in, I don't know, sometime in the 80s. And the plastic tubes, just touching them and they start cracking all apart. So, hello, Lisa. How are you doing, girl? Oh my goodness. You have one that visits your cottage in Maine. You know, they were up on an island off the coast of Maine this year for the high adventure trip. Appalachia National Park? Or is it different from the mountain range? But it's an island off the coast of Maine. And they were there for, I don't know if they saw any moose while they were there, though. Oh, he cometh back. Now, where is, I still have to hook the phone up. so that we don't have issues there. So give me a second. You're going to see the pile. This is a Daisy Kingdom dress. This is probably the one thing you're going to see that probably not going to be in the live sale. That needs to get steamed and put onto eBay. That's actually one of the factory made ones. So, yeah, I need to. Oh, my knees are hurting. All right. That stuff has got to go out to the post office tomorrow. That fell down. What is that? That fell down. That fell down. Kitty. Where is? Come on, you. Stretch. Ugh. There we go. Ugh. Oh. Ow. Oh, darn it. I just unplugged it. There. Come on, you. Hopefully it'll charge properly because it wasn't in the kitchen. It's being troublesome. Ah. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Do me a favor. Ooh. Put that tote bag anywhere but right there. It's got some stuff that's just got to get packed away for Easter, and then other stuff that's got to go out to the post office tomorrow. He brought me treats. And pretzel bites. Okay, I'm going to use one of these, if you'll all pardon me, so I can swallow this horse pill, an allergy med. So, Val is here. Oh, there's Marcy. Marcy's here. Gang's all slowly rolling in. Oh, I just realized I don't have that in live chat. There we go. Linda, hello, hon. That big horse pill is supposed to be a 24-hour allergy med. But I cannot swallow pills that big. I have a hard enough time with a Tylenol. I had choked as a kid on penicillin because, you know, they're like, oh, just take it and swallow it. First off, penicillin is the nastiest taste on earth. And it got caught right at the cusp of the windpipe and the esophagus in the you know, what is it? Is it the esophagus that's the windpipe, or is the esophagus the part that goes to your stomach? Either way, it got stuck. It got stuck. I'm panicking. I can't breathe. They keep telling me swallow. I can't swallow. And I was like 7. So I had a hard time with pills. I have to fake I literally have to fake out the swallowing mechanism. So I'll have a cracker or something and use that to take anything Tylenol size or bigger. I have a real tough time with. I'm feeling better. As far as the bronchitis, yesterday was the first day that I actually could breathe without any issues. Like, it was just normal, natural, nice breaths. Deep breaths didn't make me dizzy. So yesterday was the first day that I really felt like myself and had any energy. And then today, so I guess I did too much up and down the stairs yesterday, because today I didn't wake up until after 12 o'clock, I think Mike texted me a text at like 12:45 going, "Are you awake? Are you alive?" Oh no, Linda. I had acute bronchitis with it trying to throw shade into one lung to turn into pneumonia. So we caught it right on the cusp. But they had to give me a steroid because I also had sinuses, as that's acute sinusitis. But I was telling him my allergies being leaf mold, and we just had rain because we had a spike in the temperature. And so, and it just went to heck in a handbasket. So, so I had doxycycline, which will put you on a keto diet faster than anything, because if you don't eat lots of protein on doxycycline, it will tear your system up. So I did not have any problem this time because I made sure that they always say take it with food, and I always took it with food, and I always, usually by day 4, would have a problem. And I did some research and saw things where they were saying if you go to a high protein diet, when you eat it, it doesn't have that effect. So I tried that, and I had, for the first time ever, no problems at all with it tearing up my stomach or leaving my stomach. None whatsoever. So for me, I was very happy with that. And but I rested a lot, and I didn't have much choice because every time I would try to take deep breaths, I would get dizzy. That's how we really knew something was wrong, because I almost passed out. And that was not this past Friday, but Friday a week ago. So Friday itself was the first time I woke up with a clear head, not like foggy, kind of not able to focus real well. And we know my focus is like, cat with going squirrel. We know my focus is kind of shaky some days anyway. But it just was so bad. Michael was like, "You're not okay. You just stop talking because you're not making sense. You switch gears, and you just suddenly, like, in mid-sentence, I was saying something and then another idea would pop into my head and I would go on with the other idea." I was really bad. He thought it was kind of funny, but I didn't. I can laugh at it now because I have to, but to not have that brain fog, have that finally lift on Friday, that was great. Getting through Wednesday night, though, because Mike couldn't be there and there was nobody else to teach this merit badge class. So I decided that, okay, well, they're supposed to bring stuff in, and so we'll just do all the discussion parts as much as we can. Let them pretty much run it. So can you imagine having 10 boys age 14 to 16? Jackson was there, so there's one 17-year-old. So most of them are between 14 and 16, because I think there's only one in that group that's 16 already. Most of them 14, 15 years old. The discussion is the Bill of Rights, the first 14 amendments. Actually, it's the first 10 and the 14th. Yeah. That was a very interesting discussion because we assigned each kid 2 different amendments that they had to research: why it was written, when it was written, what do they think how does it affect things in current times, even though it may have been written in the 1700s. And then they had a question because quite a few of them were like, well, they looked up Amendment 11, 12, and 13 and went, how come 13 was repealed? And I'm like, you kind of should have the answer to that in your head. 13th Amendment was prohibition. So we had discussion there. It was really pretty cool. One of them, though, is very sneaky and slick. he came out with, how come we don't have an equal rights amendment yet? Well, um, I don't know, because it passed. It passed every single state. It has to be read, as I understand it, it has to be read on the Senate floor. And then we would have an equal rights amendment. But nobody's done it yet. Nobody's pushed for it. There's always been pushback. So I guess maybe you have your topic if you choose it, because they have to write to their congressperson in the House and in the Senate. And so that, a couple of them, I've already gotten the emails. They had to CC me on the email so they get credit for it for the merit badge for citizenship in the nation. And so far, I've gotten, out of the 10 kids, I've gotten 5 of their emails to their congressperson, and 3 of the 5 have gone off about why has the ERA amendment. And one of them actually had whatever house, whatever, because you have to have the bill number. One of them actually had the bill number. He had this whole long, most of them are just a short little paragraph. This kid, he took it to heart. He's the same one that asked the question. And he put down exactly what year it was put forward, exactly what year it passed through the House, what year it got approved through the Senate, what year it went to the referendum of the states. So why has, in all this time, it not been read on the Senate floor to be made an actual law? And he went off for 3 whole pages. I was so proud of this young man. But it went for a really good discussion, which was great, because then I didn't have to think too hard. So it was really funny, though, that I guess because it's just him and his mom, and they come from they're immigrants. They're before anybody says anything, they leave them alone. They got work visas. They're here legally. Leave them alone. But yeah, right. When he gave his 5-minute speech, somebody else had gone ahead before him, and they're boys. They didn't quiet down for the other one. They just kept joking around and teasing him. And this young man, within a minute of him starting his speech, they all shut up. They all listened to him through his entire 5-minute speech. You could have heard a pin drop. The way he spoke is so different from the way he talks, which is usual when people are, hey, why am I hearing hissing? The doctor's in the house. There better not be an issue. Hey, come here. I better check this out. I don't like the sound of this. I'll be right back. If you guys are trying to beat up my 17-year-old cat, I'm going to be so ticked off. Somebody's head will get dunked in a sink. Who's hissing? Okay, baby? Kitties? Who's being bad? Who's hissing? Is it you? Wow. It's you two. You want to go play? You can go play down there. You want to go play? Go ahead. Go on. Go play in the basement. Go ahead. Come on. Pick a direction. Door's not going to stay open for long. You going? Go ahead. Go play. Well, then I'm shutting the door. Enough of that nonsense. Oy, oy. Sit that there. Here, have an empty box to play with. And we are going to take this. We are going to carefully put this right there. Oh, there for tonight. Her Majesty will not be joining us tonight. The girls are running away. Got to tuck them back in there. I need them for tonight. I need space for tonight. Savannah is not for tonight yet. And a bit of wrapping paper, a bit of bubble wrap. Artist needs to move. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. So that was Aragorn and another troublemaker. So the noise was apparently Aragorn and Elrond chasing each other, being little idiots that they usually are. Oh, that's better. Oh yeah, Mama speaks, because I'm not having it. If they think they are going after the doctor, all hell will break loose. Won't it? First off, she will swat at them. Frodo has learned respect because Doctor caught his nose. And I felt so bad because all Frodo did was sit there and stare at her and, you know, sniff, sniff. And she just went, didn't you? You learn respect for the old lady, didn't you? But then, you know, he didn't run away. He just laid down. And she just kind of, it was so funny because she did that like double take. I wish I had a chance to film it, but I didn't have my phone with me. She swatted him in the nose earlier this week because she came in one other time when it was pouring rain. Because she's been outside for months, sleeping in her little shelter that's on the porch because she doesn't want to come in with the kittens, but it's getting too cold for her. So when she gets swatted him, and he just didn't fuss, just kind of reared back, and then he laid down. He went completely subservient, laid down, head down on the pillow, on his paws like it's a pillow, and let the ears go flat down, and just didn't even look at her. He just looked at the floor in front of him. She walked up and she sniffed him, and then she gave him 2 licks on the forehead and then turned around and walked away. Progress. Absolute progress. I'll take it. I'll take it wherever I can get it with her. She's such a grumpy old lady. Oh my goodness. Such a grumpy old lady. But that was progress. So let's see here. I gotta plug the phone in. Hello, Nora. Ugh. So yeah, I will take any progress I can get with these cats. But I mean, doctors, we're to the end of the year, so I think she's got to be 17 now. That's too old to be fussing with these young ones and have them be stupid to her. All right, I can't lose that. That's the current packing list. The only thing is I have to watch how I tilt forward because I have aggravated my everything. That's what I've just aggravated everything. Let's turn you, if we can. So we got more light directly at me. Oh, I'll try this with the pillow behind my back. Oh my goodness, Pat! Hi, hon! Hello! You were distracted by Christmas music, Nora? It has been a long time. I have not been at many people's lives in months because of just because of life. And but I watch a lot of, I go back and I watch a lot of stuff, but mostly it's ended up playing in the background. But I've seen a couple of your lives. So nice to see Miss Pat here. Miss Pat, are you here because I said I had a doll? Are you here because I said I had a doll? Mind you, I actually have two because I found that. And mind you, that's she's not super expensive. She's not an inexpensive doll. Wait till you see her. So listening to Mannheim Steamroller and TSO. Those are good choices, Nora. There's a girl on TikTok who is a fabulous bagpiper, and she does a lot of modern contemporary music. And she did a thing with the Christmas one that you most hear from. Hello, hon, Butterfly Nurse Thrift. Hi. Why am I completely forgetting your name? Brain cramp. But anyway, this Piper girl, which is what she goes by on TikTok, she is fantastic. And she did the Trans-Siberian Orchestra has that one thing you always hear at Christmas that goes so fast. And she was piping along to that. Her fingers were flying over that reed. And it sounded really, really good. Oh, that's not good. What is that? I'll wet my finger to get it up. Whoops. Enesco products. Well, that's not good. What'd you come off of? We'll put you up there until we figure it out. But I never would have thought of bagpipes with Trans-Siberian Orchestra, but hey, she was rocking it. She was seriously rocking it. So let's see if this little guy is together. Like, yep, that worked. Well, there goes the first pen of the evening. We all know Nancy drops her pens. I can't. Oh, Yo-Yo Ma is fabulous too. So, is everybody getting ready for the holidays? Tony. Thank you. Lorianne, how's Gino doing? I saw it. I know he had his shoulder. Was his shoulder surgery? Has he started being a man yet during recovery, or is he one of the good ones? So every woman out there knows exactly what I mean. When a man's in recovery from being sick or surgery, we all know. We all know. I grew up with 4 brothers and a dad. We all know. Oh, that's a problem. Where are the rest of my numbers? Because that's not going to be enough. Hello? How did I lose half my numbers? I am so, you'd think I've had 2 weeks to get ready for this. You'd think I would be. but I was sick for an entire week, couldn't think straight. And then all this past week, I've just had to play catch up. And I was supposed to be doing this merit badge class where we were teaching 3 merit badges concurrently, and they're all 3 Eagle required merit badges, which makes for a complicated time. Where, oh, where? Football cards. How the heck did I lose all my number cards? This is so odd. I have a bad habit of like stuffing little things up underneath this shelf. Well, darn. Oh, dear. How did I do that? We have to have those. Well, wait a second. Let's get the E6. This stuff is worth its weight in gold, this E6000. Let's get that out of the way first. Let's move that because that is a book for tonight. I know I saw. I'm telling you, this is, don't lose the wallet. I'll need that in the morning. This seems so silly, but this is literally how most of 2024 has been. Nancy is losing her mind. Nancy's just losing her mind. Ah, my goodness. Okay. I better have a marker if I got to make new cards. Oh, hello, boy. What are you doing? Oh, wait, you're the girl. Oh, you're the troublemaker. Arwen has discovered that if she goes back behind there, and then she can hop up on the windowsill, because that windowsill is like, it is at least 12 inches deep. So is the window over there. Why just these 2 windows? I don't know. That one would be great for houseplants because it actually gets some sun. But this one, the radiator's underneath that big windowsill, and that leads out to a porch. And the second master bedroom extends over that porch, which is why half that floor freezes. Marcy, they took the lot down. They took the lot down today at 2:00. All trees sold. All 700 plus trees sold. One is always donated to the church that lets us use their part of their property for the tree lot sale. And then there was 1, 2, I think there were 4 total that were donated because they'd gotten down to just those few. And here she comes. What do you want? There's nowhere to lay, honey. I don't know where you think you're going. You think you're coming? Oh, she's gonna try. Ugh. I have a space radiator next to me, but when I need to weigh anything, I put this monster on top so that I can't wait to have it off though, so that I have space. No. If you lay there, come here. Here. You want to lay in a box? Lay in a box. Come here. Come here. Come here. Down here. Come on. Let me help you. Oh. Just why I wanted to help you. Get off of the bear. No. This is why he's in the sale tonight. They're all fascinated with that bear. Come here. Come down here. Come here. Come here. Come on. No, don't. Come on. Right here. Arwen, you can lay next to me. She's been really clingy lately, which is odd. Come here. Come on. Come on. No, don't leap. Don't leap like that. Come here. Here, I know what's wrong. You're sliding on the escapades. Come on. Come on. I want to get back to my sail, and you're not helping. Come on. Down here. Come on. Down. There you go. If you lay in the box right there, you'll be fine. Okay? There you go. You're not. Of course you're not. Of course you're not. Lay in the box. Well, you have to think about it. Oh my gosh. What? What? You guys are all still clingy because I've been sick. I think when I tidied up earlier, yes, because cat, which we all know with 5 of them happens a lot here. Does happen a lot. So, where the hell are you going? Cause cat and cat can. No lie, she's wedging into a space the size of a brick. Where do you think you're going? Well, you're going somewhere. She's underneath the card table. Okay. So, because she can. She is our little one. She's our little girl. Doctor is our big girl. Doctor 17. Arwen is no longer the smallest of the kittens that I rescued because Elrond is the smallest. He's very much the smallest. And tries not to let the bigger ones bully him. Though Aragorn doesn't, he still just doesn't get his own strength and wants to play and plays rough. And he's finally getting it because if he plays too rough with Arwen, you know how when kids fight, it's the same with cats, same with dogs too. You hear that noise and then all of a sudden the tone changes and you know there's a problem. Well, whenever we hear that, usually Gimli is usually there before we are to put a stop to whatever's going on. So, oh, now you want out? Hi. Well, you can't figure out how to get out of there now. Come on. You have to come out the same way you went in. Oh, hang on. Wait. Come here. Oh, no. Oh, give me that back. Give me. You okay? You're okay. I gotcha. You're okay. You're okay, Arwen. Down you go. She found a bag of fags and had her body through the handle. And she's trying to push and push and push to find her way out. She's not able to do it. Let me get this away from you because this is going to be for sale tonight. So, for those of you who have not been here during a sale, cats showing up in my sale is typical. Cats causing trouble during my sale is not quite as typical. Not quite as bad. But you know, we work through it. We work through it. Yeah, I think it's gonna be that kind of night. I really do. I think it's gonna be that kind of night. Because it's my first night back after repeated issues. At least the health issues where I was actually sick and not my back. That's a plus, I suppose. So it's live sale December 15th, right? I forgot to even do that. So let's get started here. I know it was it's good to laugh again. I didn't laugh for a week. I really just I just basically just Michael would make sure I had water, tea if I wanted it, made sure I ate. I had to keep a timeline and my alarm set to take my pills at 9 in the morning and 9 at night. And I tried to stick to that as much as I could, but I couldn't always sleep. Sometimes a medication, like being on the steroid, they said it can cause you insomnia. Well, some nights it did, some nights it didn't. I suffer from insomnia anyway. So who knows if it was that or not. So, I basically just went, I can't even walk a straight line because it's in one ear. The sinusitis went all across here and then, well, it went into this ear. So if I move my head too quick, the whole room moved. So, so I couldn't even walk around and do a lot. So I read 3 books in a week, worked on a 4th. So let's see, I worked a little bit on the Dickens book that you guys had chosen for me to be one of the ones to read for this year. But the print was so tiny in that 1800s book. I had to give that one up for a little bit while I was sick. But I did finish how to SHI in the woods. Yes, it's a thing. And yes, it's a thing. And there are a lot of national parks where if you hike in, you have to pack it out. Even if you climb Mount Everest, you have to pack it out. So it goes all through the logistics of that and the good things you can do and the stupid things people do. And so I figured as a scoutmaster, it was about time I read that one. So I did that one. I finished the Book of Lost Names. I finished that even sick. I finished that in 2 days. It's fabulous. It was a library book. It had been on my list to read, and I saw it on the cart. Somebody brought it back when I was taking books back, so I grabbed it and took it out. And it's a woman who, you don't think of this much, but because you see so many stories of soldiers during World War II, she ends up becoming a forger. We've all heard of the French underground. Well, they had to figure out how to make ration cards and documents somehow. And in researching one of her other books, which was a romance kind of thing, that took place in wartime France, she came across this other person who had a book written about him by his daughter, and he was a forger during the war. And the more she researched into that, she realized she had enough information there to write another book. And it's gotten incredible reviews for the accuracy of it. And she really went deep and hard about how they did things, so that she just mentions them in passing in the book, but she had to actually find out how they did the stuff. So but it has a very sweet ending, which I didn't expect. The ending was wonderful. But the Book of Lost Names, they smuggled, and there were villages that did this. They smuggled lots of children out of France into Switzerland. And so they got thousands of Jewish children out. And she didn't like the fact that she felt like they were erasing their identity in the book because they had to. But how then would you ever pair them up if their parents survived this? How do you pair the children up with the families if you've forgotten their names, if you lose their name? So they figured out a code in this book. But during the war, things happened. The book gets lost. The book shows up from some fellow at who's trying to return lost books to families that were books that were looted by the Nazis during the war. And his photo and the book happened to end up on the book section of the New York Times. which is how it starts. She sees the picture, and at this point, she's 81. And so there's a lot of scenes. A lot of it is flashbacks, and then where she's at the current day in her trip to get to this guy in Germany, to get to her book. And it's so worth it. It's the Book of Lost Names. And if I tell you any more, I'd be telling you too much. But I've not had a book in a long time that I didn't take a break from and lift something else up. You know, I'm just that, you guys know how my brain is. It just diverts every now and then. I was solid on this book. I was done in 2 days. It's rare for a book to hold me like that. I can think of only one other one that really held my attention like that in recent, how old's the Harry Potter series? But the final book of the series, Michael got for Christmas. I stayed up. He got it for Christmas, and he jokingly said, "Read it to me until I fall asleep." So because I used to do that when he was little. So he said it as a joke, and I went, we haven't done that in a long time. So I prop myself up and sit up in the bed next to him, because by then he had a queen-size bed of his own. And he went to sleep. He fell asleep. He woke up the next morning. I was still sitting there reading. I never went to sleep. I read that book straight through in, I think, 15 hours. And that book's like, so I haven't had a book really catch my attention like that in a long, long time. It was kind of nice. So anyway, I've done it again. I've gotten off topic. So for those of you who have not been here for a sale before, I do not do just in case, because my ADHD just can't handle it. As you've probably already guessed. As you've probably already guessed, that my brain can't keep track of that. So I do combine shipping whenever possible. If it's books, I will tend to send them media mail separately, simply because that saves you a little money. Not necessarily if it's some tiny thing, but usually if it's something, especially with a lot of photos in it, then yes. I invoice through PayPal, and I use Pirate Ship. Now I'm shipping from the East Coast, because I am just south of Philadelphia and the same distance north of Wilmington, Delaware. So I'm right smack in the middle along that I-95 corridor. So most of your tracking stuff is going to see it go through Chester to Philly to wherever it needs to go, because it'll leave through the Philadelphia airport. The nice part of that is that then when it does get out of here, it usually goes pretty quick to get on an airplane if it's got to go across the country. What else is there? I'm not doing sales every week. My health has been back and forth with so much this year, and then Gary kept catching colds, and I kept catching colds, and Gary's had days where he's been in the hospital long enough to have fluids and it's at home. So I don't tend to hold on until the next sale. I'm trying not to get to that, though you might see people mention in the chat that there is a backlog. I admit I do have a backlog because of the health issues. We're working on that to get better. But this stuff will all go out because it's for Christmas. You will need this now. So let's get this out of here. I have pulled out everything I could. The only thing I could not find is I know I had a little box with a bunch of Christmas pins, and I cannot find it. I put it somewhere safe, I'm sure. Somewhere safe. So if you need to know anything about me, I do have memberships. This is my job now. I inherited 3 estates worth of stuff, I occasionally go shopping at Goodwill just because I know there's some of you that look for specific things, and vintage glass is one of them, and I didn't inherit any cool vintage glass. So I do tend to stop and look for it now and then. But I have an eBay store and an Etsy store. I spend some of my time raising the gang of 5 here because I rescued 5 kittens 2 years ago now, and we had 8 adoptions fall through. So after they're with you for a year, at that point, they're yours. So Michael's been helping take care of them, but I take care of feeding stray cats outside, which is why there is an Amazon wish list for the cats. We are down to just 2 that have not been caught and fixed. Tux got fixed. Sadly, Tux got sick, and we didn't know it in time. And whatever he had, he gave to Aragorn. We got Aragorn to the vet right away. He's healthy. He's fine now. And none of the other ones caught it. Aragorn did not understand why he had to be isolated. Poor baby, because he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. But we're doing well with that. But I just have 2 outdoor cats that I'm working on now. I still feed Snowball, the white one. Doctor's been hanging outside for months, even though she's meant to be an indoor cat, but Aragorn jumped on her, and now she's terrified of the kittens. But One-Eyed Jack, who I'm going to call again, and if I have to, I'm going to drive to their vet place and pester, because One-Eyed Jack has now got an infection in the missing eye, which is something I've worried about for 2 years now. And he's jumpy again because, for those of you who didn't know, from the last time I was live, some idiot shot a BB at him, and I took a BB out of his shoulder. Luckily, it didn't penetrate that far, but it was far enough to break the skin. So he's very jumpy around people again. And they don't have a foster spot for him, but he can at least get that eye properly fixed and get him fixed. And Percy Weasley, the orange male cat, has been coming every day and actually let me pet him. So that's a fast sign. Somebody else has got to be feeding him for him to be willing to let me pet him that fast. So, and he looks good and healthy, and he's not here every single day. So we are down to just 2 unfixed cats in the neighborhood. And I thank all of you who have helped me make sure that I fed them, who've helped kept the Diamond 5 in litter. I thank you very much for that. So let's start with the bear. I'm holding on to it because she's still eyeing it up. She has her own bear upstairs that Arwen sleeps with. So this is a Gund. He's got his little tag. He's a Gund bear. He's also officially Batman's sidekick, DC Comics. Does he have a date? Nope. Hand washable, cold water, mild suds, air dry. The reason they always tell you air dry is because if you put any of these stuffed toys with the fur, a lot of times the fur kind of shrivels up when you put that into a hot dryer. And this kind of stuff I'd be worried about too, the material of the cape. But he's in great shape. I'm not a big DC Heroes fan, other than like Wonder Woman. So I thought, well, it's time he has a home, because ever since I took it out of the bag, these little morons have been trying to steal him. I mean, he is cute. Though I have to admit, that mask makes me think of a trash panda. So, he is, I was so busy pulling stuff out, I did not make my list. So the Gund Bear of Robin from Batman and Robin is He is going to be $6, and he's number 18. $6, number 18. He's been in a plastic bag ever since I got him. And it's time he actually found a home with somebody that lived like him. And I thought, he's not per se Christmassy, but isn't Christmas the time of year where, stuffed teddy bears and toys? And so I thought I'd bring Robin along. He's $6 and he's number 18. I see Nora's putting up the emojis. If you are a member of my channel, then there are emojis that you get to use, which are all those little owls that she put up. So let me think. So the first one, the purple one, is the morning owl. And the brown one is the night owl, because usually I start my lives at 10 o'clock on Thursday nights. The next one is with the big eyes is the OCD owl. And then the little one on the end is Loopy Owl, because that's the one that's probably closest to me. A little bit loopy. So let's get some of the other. Little doll related things done. We'll get these little guys done. So this one is, it says she's a guardian angel, but she is an ornament. She's got a little thing that says, there it is, Pine Baroness, handcrafted in the USA, Harleysville, PA. So she's got her original little tag, and she's got her cute little face. And there is a wooden, the old school kind of wooden, and it's a very long wooden clothespin under there. But she is a nice little artist piece and has her artist tag. She's a cute little thing. And so, switch you back here. And so, she is going to be, come on, cards. She's going to be $3, and she's number 48. $3, number 48. I love her fabric on her. It's little tiny, there's little tiny strawberries, which is the pink, and then it's ivy looking leaves. I guess they're meant to be the strawberry leaves, but some of them look a little more like ivy because of the darker color. But she is so cute, and very much that cottage core kind of look that is still popular. I have not shown the tree topper. The tree topper is a coming. I have to get these little guys out of the way of the tree topper first. So we've got 2 more little dollies. This one has fallen out of her thing. Come on. My mother used to buy her, us girls, her daughters-in-law and her 2 daughters, these little, you have popped out of your little elastic, or your thing. So she would buy these porcelain little dolls of various sizes. This is the smallest one she ever had for us. And were such a beautiful little outfit, curly little locks. And she would buy them for us for Christmas. And Mom and I would go out the day after Christmas to all the Macy's and Wanamaker's and go hunt down the department store Christmas section. And she would try to find them and buy them so that we each had individual ones, that we always looked different, but still had this kind of the same style. So there were quite a few of these. Now, Some of them, a few of them I've had out on the tree. Not, I didn't think this one was ever out on a tree, but her little twist tie came apart. So her back in there like she's supposed to be. So she's in her original box. It says 2003. It's Pretty Woman D&J Creations. Come on, slide back in there. Oh, because there's a little piece of cardboard in the way. So she's one of those lovely little dolls. But she is all porcelain and absolutely adorable. With her little blonde ringlets. And she is going to be $4, number 17. $4, number 17. Let's tuck her over here. Now this one I know I've had out. Look, Mom even still had my name written on the top on the tag. But the plastic has turned yellow. The doll, as you can see, is not. Now she has been out of her thing. And she is a Christmas Mementos Collector's Dolls presented by Sears Roebuck and Company. You only got these through Sears. And I did have her out on the tree once or twice. Yep, even says on the back, made in Taiwan, sold by Sears. So this one's probably one of the earlier ones. And so this little girl, I love that she's got, and this is why Mom got it for me. Okay, she has the white fur hat and the white fur muff. I never had the hat, but somewhere in this house, I still should have a white fur muff packed away somewhere. So I know that's why she had gotten this one for me. And I'm going to try to stick her. Oh, I see why. So the way she's put in there, you can't get this back through the hole behind her. But she is so sweet. She kind of reminds me of like a Russian doll with that hat and the muff. But the plastic on the outside, that slip cover thing, has turned yellow over the years. And made in Taiwan, this one's probably one of the ones from the 70s or the early 80s. I've had this one a long time. So the girl with the white muff, she's also porcelain. And she is $4, number 26 for her. Little box behind me I'm sliding stuff into. What went clink? Well, that went clink. Let's see who got there first. On my screen, you popped up at the same time. Okay, let me get you back into live chat. And Marilyn. Marilyn got that little one first. Awesome. Come on. Come here, little basket of goodies. We're going to put that over there with the TARDIS. Hello, Lois. So, all right. Now, that cleared the way. Let's do the first offer up for this darling thing. So, look at her. Isn't she awesome? You know, I think it looks a little dark in here. Oh, that bulb burnt out. There we go. There we go. I have to see where I can buy a 3-way bulb, but I have to find an adapter first because that old floor lamp still takes the big wide, and you need adapters now. So this is the tree topper that other Nancy was wondering about. Now, this one is going to be an offer up. Now, she is that hard plastic that you see like the 1930s and 40s candy containers out of. That hard plastic is called styrene. And she is something else. Now, she does have a couple of little issues. So let me write Angel Tree Topper. I'm using one of my favorite pens here. I hope I don't, do I have enough ink left? Yes. Michael got me this pen, and I don't know, I've never seen him anywhere. A Signo Uniball, but it's got purple ink. So I was not brave enough to do it. I was afraid to. So this should, but you have to pull it off, okay? So I don't know if you can see it right. This has a little piece under here. This metal piece hooks underneath it. This holds a candle that goes up, and I don't see a bulb on the candle. So I'm afraid to take that off to get the candle out. But I don't think there's a bulb in it. So I did plug it in to see if it would light up, and it didn't. That's when I went and looked to see. It does have a very short electrical cord. There are no cracks or anything. So let me give you the offer price, and we can start from there. Computer, work with me. Let's do it this way. Whoop, don't you pop. There. The little shelf that my keyboard's sitting on wanted to fall apart. Okay, so she's gonna start at we're gonna start her at 10, which I think might be a little low, but so she has, you can see all these nice little V's, but they're a little worn as you go around the back. You can see where there's some of them are missing there. She's not cracked anywhere except one lone spot. She has a slight discoloring mark right there, but I mean, look at the coloring. I mean, this is just the way her dress is. She's gorgeous, and she's in great shape for the considering her age, except this one little hole right there on the candle is a hole. So that's the only thing wrong with her. And that, I honestly think that if you could find the right size clear crystal piece or crystal bead, you could put that on there, and then it would give another spot for the light to come out from her, because she has some specific spots for the light to come out of her. So when you look at her, when she's lit up, of course, she would completely glow, but she has a slit here and a slit here and a slit on the top of the halo. So that means she's going to have spots that are going to actually let light out, and they're going to glow even more. So you can see them. There's the one shoulder, well, shoulder wingtip. And then on the back, you see where that is? So that's going to specifically help light up her halo even more. But I do not know. I have to admit, I do not know if she works. She does still have, she doesn't look like she's been used much. because there's not really any wear on any of his plastic parts. It still has the UL tag for Underwriters Laboratory. Examination certification. We have a date on this thing. Oh, wow. It talks about it. Manufacturer E7547 Christmas tree lighting outfit, decorative unit for indoor use only, made in the USA, 110 to 125 volts. Good to know. So, but she's just lovely. I've never seen anything like her before. And she's all of, she is 9 inches tall. Even if you just have her up on a, sitting on a shelf, she's just such a pretty little thing. And just not, I've never seen a tree topper like her. I mean, I grew up where either you had the tree toppers that weren't electrified, like what my great aunts had, and they had all that angel hair kind of stuff coming off of them, and were usually the face of some cherub, or a gold foil star. And then what my parents had was more stuff from the 70s. She's of that time in between. So I never really grew up with anything like this. I think she's adorable. I mean, I'm more on fairies than I am angels, but she's such a pretty thing. And her color, I mean, her coloring's so good. The white is still white. I'm well aware that my lamps may make white things look a little bit yellow, but she's not. She's white where she should be. Her hands and her face have skin tone, beautiful blonde hair. And then this little piece up here for the halo is white as well. But she's absolutely adorable. So my pillow is sliding away again. There we go. Put the second pillow underneath me. So I see Val in at 10. Val is in at 10. And I'm going to check and see, because I found it tonight. I found a box of rhinestones for vintage jewelry to replace them. And there are some clear ones. And if one of them is an actual clear piece of crystal that's the right size, I'll talk to whoever gets this and see if they want me to very carefully put a little diamond piece in here that would reflect the light. So, but she's absolutely adorable. Val is in at 10, and I don't see any other offers coming in. I tried to price her out too, and I did not find anything. I found other styrene plastic, that hard plastic tree toppers, not many, but I did not find any angels. So we're going to, start calling it. We're going to going once. She really is something, though. I've never. My nose is a running. So we're going to put the sold in. And okay, Val, you have yourself an angel, dear. You right there. Congratulations, Val. Now, let's do you. This is, I think they call it weeping gold. Now, this has, I'm assuming it's not meant to be that way. I mean, but so there's some spots, can you see it? Where you can see the white underneath the gold. So maybe somebody tried to, I don't know if it's supposed to look that way. I mean, it's uniform around most of the ball part. And there's a little bit of wear right there on the handle, but that's right where you would pick it up. So I can't imagine, were they watering their plants with it? What? Um, but I just still think this stuff is so pretty for in a Christmas arrangement, where you've got all these other, and you just want to splash of gold to brighten up some display you have on the sideboard or on your buffet or on the mantelpiece. And I think this is a great piece for that. It is, get my handy little Coca-Cola ruler here. It is 8¼ inches high. It does say Eleanor, China, USA, 22 karat gold on the bottom. There are no chips. There's no cracks. There's just what looks like, I honestly think somebody tried to wash it. And maybe, because gold is very soft, but the way it's done, I mean, the way it's on there, it really it almost makes it look like water or snow. I always thought it looked like frost, and I thought that was deliberate, but somebody once told me, no, it's not. But it does look very cool. So we have this wonderful little piece. It's raining. And this one, this is going to be, since I'm not sure of if that's on purpose or not, I don't think it is. So we're going to do this a lot lower than what regular standard weeping gold goes for. So this is just $5 and is number 51. $5, number 51, for this wonderful splash of gold that you could use in your Christmas displays. I'll be right back because I hear a kitty cat scratching at the basement door, which means somebody didn't come out of there when they were supposed to. Very light scratching, no meowing. My money's on Elrond. I'll be right back. I hear you. I'm coming. What you doing? Whoopsie. Tripping over my own book. Yes, it was an Elrond and a Gimli. I didn't know Gimli was down there. So let's go on to, okay, let's go on to a little tiny one. This is absolutely adorable. Great for a little curio shelf. It does open up. It doesn't have a maker's name or sticker, but it is Kissy Kissy Santas. Now there is some wear to the red. There's more on the back side. You can see it on both their arms than there is on the front. Now on the front, you can see it on his arm. And then a little bit, little tiny spot right there on her dress. So, oh yeah, a little bit of ceramic coming. So, Lorianne, did I miss it? I had asked you how Gino was doing. So we have this cute as can be little tiny trinket box. I mean, really, it is so cute and small. And it's only 2.5 inches high. Great if you don't have a lot of space. You could put it in a little curio shelf because it's really, I think it's only an inch. Is it even an inch wide? Just barely. Just barely an inch wide that way. So, or should I say an inch deep? So absolutely adorable kissing Santas. Mr. and Mrs. Claus. Such a cute little thing. And that is going to be $5. And it's going to be number 44. $5, number 44. Such a cutie. Hello, Melody. How are you? And I am so glad to hear Gino's doing better. Oh, Marilyn. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you, thank you. I'll put it over there with the little angel. Now, should we do one of them? I think some of you are here for these. The little itty bitties. Let's see. So this one is kneeling. I mean, I don't know. Is this an elf or a bear? Look at this little darling. Now, I've seen them and they say they're devils, but those are not horns. Those are ears. That is an ear. Now, there's gold in those there ears. There's no gold anywhere else, but I love the little eyebrows. Almost antenna-like. Now, she has a manufacturer's flaw. That little dimple right there, that's a hole. That's a little air hole, goes right on through. She is absolutely adorable. Now, on her, it doesn't say Japan. One of the other ones has made in Japan. Now, I found several of these, and I don't need duplicates of 3. So I decided to share the wealth of these adorable little things. Now, I have 3 different poses. So you have the one kneeling. Now, she's got a little air bubble. It looks, I don't think you can see it. It looks almost like the little circle for the trademark, but it's actually just an air bubble that had been in the red paint. And then, of course, she has this odd little dimple, but it's actually a hole that goes in through her cheek, which is really odd. But I guess when they put it in the mold, they didn't quite, like there was an air bubble in the porcelain. So I have her. Now, here's the thing, is I don't know to do these individually or to do them as the set of 3 as an offer up. Because these, the prices for these are all over the place, especially for the one that I'm about to show you. The third one I show you. Yeah, I'm wondering, because I'd hate to see them broken up. But there's this one, too, who's just taking a nap. You know, taking a nap in their little footsie leotards. You know, again, this one. Now, I was afraid to rub too hard. This little brown spot is something, I guess, because I remember these things always sitting out on this cotton or wool, this white wool. And I think that was some of it, because a lot of that wool batting that was from my great grandparents' age. These were some of the stuff from, these were either from my grandmother or my great aunt's house. I don't remember which. So, but I didn't want to scrub too hard because, you know, these are cold painted and their red paint is in fabulous shape. All right, so let's do these guys as a set. And so let me get the offer started. And online, they tend to run, depending on so many things about condition and pose. And I was finding comps for individual ones anywhere from $8 to one of them was $20. I don't have the pose that one was in. So we'll do it as the set. We're going to call them a set of red elves. Whoops. And we're going to start them at, so we're going to start them, say, at 9. Say that's $3 each, which is way low. We're going to start them at 9. You will get all 3. And be aware, I mean, we do have little cutesy cute. I do like the dimple. I mean, I get that it's a manufacturer's flaw, but I really like the dimple. And I don't mind that little part. She's the only one that's got an issue, per se, that's visible, that you notice. This little one, you don't notice on the front, and I don't think it really matters, is like there's a little, it's something underneath the red. So I don't know if it's a porcelain chip that was in the mold that got underneath the red cold paint. But the only thing I can spot on this one is the very tip. Can you see that little white dot? That white dot is not a chip. It is perfectly smooth. When I looked at it under magnifying glass, that little tiny white dot is a glitch where the red didn't cover and then the gold didn't cover. It's white porcelain. It's not, you could just see it right there if the light hits it just right. So there's that one. Now, this is the one of the ones that tends to go for a higher price. Why? Because its butt is in the air? I mean, look at that pose. Somebody's in yoga class, right? Somebody's doing yoga. Now, this one, I just, this one makes me laugh. Okay, can we all laugh about that look on the face? This one is bent over doing yoga with a smirk. I'm just going to say that it's got a smirk on its face. Whatever you decide it's smirking about, I will leave to your own minds. But this one is the smart aleck in the room. Absolutely. There's no issues to the front of this one. The cold paint is really nice on the front. This one does have Japan. It won't focus, but it says Japan on the foot. Now, on her chin, she's got a little bit of red cold paint. And on her back, she got near something, because you can see now it's not flaking, and only the head feels like it's scratched off, but there's one on her butt, on her hip, one here, and then this little mark here, but they're on her back. So yeah, they still call them devils, even though they have teddy bear ears, I guess because they're red. But I mean, seriously, the look on that face, she is thinking some devilish thoughts. Come on, look at that face. Look at that face. Look at that smirk. She's definitely a devil. So you would get all three. You would get the kneeling one, you'd get the one doing yoga, and you'd get the one who's basically sleeping through yoga class. So you would get all three made in Japan. Like I said, the cold paint is, other than the scratches on the back of her, the cold paint is in fantastic shape. Their faces are all in good shape. There's no problems with the paint to the faces. They really are adorable. Let's see what they, let's see. So, wrong end. So even this one, she's like, to give you an idea of their size, she's 3 inches long. And then what? How far is that ear stick up? She's almost 3 inches high between how far her ear sticks up. So they're absolutely adorable. I see Lorianne at 22. I have to admit that I've never, in all the years of like just thrifting around, I've never seen these. I've never come across them anywhere else. I grew up with them, but I've never seen them anywhere else. I've seen pixies in red and green. There's Gilfin does the pixies, and they do planters and all kinds of stuff. But I've never seen these little guys. I've seen the little devils. Somewhere I have a little band that's bisque from Germany, which is even older than these guys. And I've seen them in antique shops. Never seen these guys. So these guys are something else and absolutely adorable. And you would get all three. And I see Lorianne at $22. At 22. So I think it's a good fair price. So I'm going to start calling it for these three little darlings. And let me get to my keyboard again. So we have going once. Oh, wow. Lorianne really wants these. Okay, going twice. And I am not going to look at the screen. I'm going to let y'all fight it out. It is for all three. Absolutely adorable. Other than having to deal with forgotten cats tomorrow and the welfare office for my EBT card, because that's a whole other story. I would have nowhere to go except to pack and to go to the post office. So tomorrow, because I have to stick around. I can't go to my friends this week. So did I do twice? I did twice. So we're going to do sold. We're going to put that in. So you will be getting invoices quickly because it's Christmas stuff, and I want to get into that habit of doing it right away. I may actually move my sales. I'm thinking about it for the new year. So the sold went in. Oh, congratulations, Lorianne. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. 36 to Lorianne. No, Ann is only spelled with 2 N's. Giving you extra letters to your name. Congratulations, darling. Oh, my goodness. I am so happy they have found a home. So happy. They are, right? They are so adorable. Absolutely adorable. Now, I have stuff that y'all didn't even see in the preview because I did find these. I've been looking for these. I picked these up for $1.99 for all these so that I can use them as your thank you cards. And I'm like, I know I bought some that were like wintry. So let's get these over here. Where can I safely put this basket? Oh no. My back does not want me to sit anything on the floor that I then have to bend over to pick it up. My back does not look like that. Oh, Mike, the devils have sold. Lorianne got them. I think you're lagging for us. Devils 25. So I have, what did I do with the other jewelry? I did find some bracelets. We'll sit that there. Now, I don't know who made this. This is out of my purview because I don't make gingerbread like this. I use cookie cutters. This is a cookie press, cookie mold. I don't know. Yeah, Mike, you're if you're putting in for the little devil children, you're behind because that sale already ended. We already had the going once, going twice. One thing I always suggest to everybody is that periodically you go up to your screen. I don't know how to do this on mobile, but you go to the settings and you change the speed, the playback speed, and change it to 1.25, and it'll make sure that it catches up. Oh, kids can be little devils. Yeah. Tell me about it. I've got what? We're going to hit 50 in March. We're going to hit over 50 kids because we're expected to get 8 crossovers from Cub Scouts in March or April. So we're going to hit 50 kids in the troop. We've only got 2 aging out. 2. But another, we might see more than that because there's some pack in the area. There are 20 kids who will cross over. And for right now, all the parents want all 20 kids to go to the same troop. There isn't a troop in our area. There isn't a troop I know in any area that can handle the influx of 20 11-year-olds at one time. There's just no way. That's just not. So yes, I'm well aware. Kids can be little devils. My little devils are all the teenagers, though. I don't deal with the 11-year-olds. I'll duct tape them or their parents to a tree and walk away. There's a reason I don't do Cub Scouts. So I was trying to read. There's a signature on the back, but I can't really read it. And it says USA, and then what looks like the copyright symbol. So this is probably handmade by somebody, but I just can't read that signature. Whatever it is, it starts with an H. But it's one of these cookie mold things, which, I mean, what do you use these for? Gingerbread? I don't use these for my gingerbread. And if you wanted to hang it up as a decoration, you could. I mean, it has a hole for a loop right there. But it's this big old nutcracker. How would you? I mean, you'd have to make that cookie really thick because otherwise this is going to break off. But I mean, even just as a decoration, he's really pretty cool. So, I'm guessing he is a cookie mold. So I'm just going to put nutcracker mold. And I did not get the chance to look him up. So we're going to make him, and he's big. I mean, look at the size of him. He's 9 inches tall for this thing, and he's solid clay. He's got some weight. So he is $6, and he's number 62 for the nutcracker mold. Here, sit with the Goon Bear. Somebody sent me an email. Who sent me an email? Oh, the notice that live on your channel. Why do you send me a notice for myself? Oh, hello. Something sold off of eBay. Oh, the Andy Warhol Christmas cat cards. Yeah, I was never going to use them. I put them up on eBay. Somebody wants to pay me $15 for some Christmas cat cards by Andy Warhol. I'm going to take their money and have heat this winter. So now this is pretty cool. And I know what I paid for it at one of those vintage shows at a church. So I will take the little price tag off of there. It is a nice little green. I got it because I liked the green and the green and white. I thought, even though it's not necessarily, I mean, because it's very much kind of like Greek Roman pattern, but it's just a little creamer, but it's just such a wonderful green color. It's very much this nice Christmassy darker green. And I thought, if you had like a little bottle brush tree coming up out of it or some other little thing, this could be cute for Christmas. Even if you were using it for tea, even if you're using it to water your plants. It's such a cute little one, and it's such a nice color for the holiday. It is 3.5 inches tall and 4 inches across this way. So it is a cute little piece. It does seem older. The porcelain at the bottom, you can see some little air bubbles in the clay. And Mike, have you been in the eggnog tonight? You're still on those devils, and we let you know they sold a while. They sold a minutes ago. So we have this cute little picture, but it is an older one. It's definitely older, and yet if you hold it up to the light, where all these white parts are, you can actually see that, but you can't see through the base that well. So the base is not super thin porcelain, but it is a cute little piece. So for the green and white picture, I would say that this is probably early 1900s, just because of what I've learned about how to tell from the bases, that this is most likely early 1900s. You could tell that it's not super fine detail, so it would have been for the secondary market, basically the working class people like us. But still, these things are cute, and they have so many uses. I mean, you can warm these up with hot water and then put your syrup in them for pancakes and waffles. So they make nice little fun things. So this one would be $6. $6 for this little one, and 38. $6.38. Mike, if your phone's moving in slow-mo, check your settings and see what the playback speed says. Because you want it to say either normal or 1.0. There's something screwy going on, because my phone did that to me a couple days ago, and I don't know what I hit or if a cat hit something, but it made somehow it got to it was running things at 0.75 or 0.75. So it was making everything slow. I don't know why. Nope, no room at the end. No room at the end there either. There we go. Come on, we need a safe spot. Ugh. Yeah, on the phone, I know it'll be different, and I don't remember where. And if I touch my phone, I'm liable to disconnect us. Now, let's see here. Come on, come on. we have oh, I have to get these out of the way first. Okay. Because if I don't get these out of the way, other stuff's going to fall over on that really old vintage stuff. So let's get you guys first. So these are craft things. They are die-cut fabric appliques to use you can put them on a tote bag, you can put them on a sweatshirt, but this says use with Fusobond. Oh, Fusobond is already applied to complete one project. So it gives you all the parts, gives you the directions. Whoops. The Fusobond is already, it's already on there. So what's going to happen is it's going to look like this when you're done. And of course you have these extra trees that you can put anywhere. I have the penguin one and this one. They've never been opened. These are not my style. I'm not a big fan of gingerbread people. They kind of creep me out in a Hansel and Gretel witch's garden kind of way. And my penguins just are not going to wear hiking boots. You see a pink box? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll do her next. I'll do that little girl next. So I have these two, and I'll put a number up, and it's just for one, and you tell me which one you want. So that way we can just we still got a lot to do yet tonight. So let's see. So these are the country borders, and it'll just be for one. They are going to be, these are unopened kits, so they're going to be $4. I was surprised they still make these, but they're like $10 a piece now. $4, and it's number 56, and then you get to pick and tell me which one. $4, number 56 for just one of them, and you let me know which one. Whether you want the gingerbread, the penguin, or the penguin, or the gingerbread people. And so they're $4, number 56. You pick which one you would like. So it'd be country borders each. Tuck you down there. Pink box. Come here, pink box. Now you know this is going to have to be an offer up. And I don't usually bring dolls like this. I usually would put these on eBay. But here's the thing. So many of you have stuck with me through what has been the hardest 3 years of my adult life since my parents have gone, since Mom died. That first year was really, really bad. But after that, I mean, these last years, since I hurt my spine, I can't say these last 3 years have not been a serious struggle. I had to relearn how to stand up. I had to relearn how to walk. And then I had to leave my job and so rely on whatever I could do. And then there's all the chaos of this place with so much stuff in it. Yet I can't afford to just like everybody says, oh, just get a dumpster. No, because first off, it's sellable stuff. And two, it's now what I need to do to keep the lights on. So I decided that I was going to bring this beauty to you guys. And she's going to be an offer. Now, I've never had her out of the box. My mother collected dolls, but somebody gave me this one. I absolutely think she's adorable. And I've held on to her because I thought she's beautiful and quirky and fun. But I've never had her out of the box. So it's time to share. It's time to share. She is a Marie Osmond Christmas doll. Okay, so she's an offer up, and she's going to start. Now, I looked up her comps earlier, but it's you guys, and you guys have stuck with me. So I'm going to start her at 10, just because you guys have stuck with me. So this, while the box has some issues, little dings here and there pushed in, this is the original box. Okay. Hello, Warren. Now it says Marie Osmond Fine Collectibles, has the item number. This is Adora Bell Holiday 2002. Okay. So I've held on to this baby for 20 years. And like I said, never out of the box. Still got her paper. I've never even opened, I don't know what's in here. I'm guessing it's a necklace of some kind for her or for you. I don't know. I've never opened the envelopes. She does come with a stand. Look at that face. And look at the material of that dress. I mean, is this not Santa and Mrs. Claus' daughter? Right? With that dress? And she's got my color red hair, where it's not super red and it's got like blonde highlights, but that's my hair. That is 100% my hair until I started getting white bits coming in. So she's just stunning, and she's just a beauty. Now, she's not porcelain because she is a modern doll, but she's even got, cracks me up, she's even got striped pantaloons on. Isn't she adorable? She's absolutely adorable. And I mean, the reason I got given to it is because they said that the person who gave it to me they really like dolls. They knew my mother liked dolls. And they just saw this one, though, and they gave my mother a doll. But then she gave me this one because she said it just reminds her so much of me, because the only thing wrong with it is that, yes, it has the same porcelain skin I had as a kid. Yes, it has the same shade of red hair that I had well into my 30s and 40s, but it doesn't have the blue eyes. It has brown eyes, but that's absolutely what I looked like. Absolutely. So she's been bounced around from the top of one closet to another closet. And she's just, I've never, like, that person is gone and my mom is gone. And so I would look at her and like, is this the year I'm going to put her out on, holiday display? And that never really happened. So I thought, well, you know what? Tonight's the night. I'm going to bring her to this. I put a picture of her up on Instagram so everybody could see. And like I said, she has everything. She has her original paperwork. That I've never even opened that. The way that there's a little envelope in there, I'm pretty sure that's some kind of a necklace, either for the doll or for the person. I don't know. But I just, it's all in there. Now, like I said, while the box has some denting issues, the doll, absolutely perfect shape. The doll's in perfect shape. She's got little red leather shoes. She does come with her own stand. She's just absolutely adorable. And while I'm not a big fan of wearing stripes, I honestly, if I had that material, I can't say I wouldn't want to make a vest or something with it for Christmas. Hello, Lou. So she's just so cute. Her collar is sticking up a little bit. And she has teeny little pockets. These aren't appliques. You can actually stick a finger in there. They're actual real pockets. Just so cute. And there's all these layers. And like the underskirt actually is a crinoline. There's actually, this isn't just netting. It's stiff netting, like a real crinoline. How many of us remember that as little girls, having that Easter Sunday dress with that scratchy netting underneath that made the dress stick out? That wasn't just a slip. It was a crinoline with that scratchy old netting. So I see Warren at 22. Absolutely adorable little thing. And remember, like I said, you can really see it here that the box has had some issues. You know, there's a dent there. That dent is because I dropped it onto my knee. I know what that dent's from. There was a dent to the lid that I don't know. I know what the big dent on the side was from, but the lid has a dent here, and I don't know what that's from. But the lid has got the most wear because you can see scratches on it where I've shoved other boxes on top of it. And, oh yeah, I've worn hoop skirts too because I used to sing operettas. My one prom gown doubled as a ball gown. We just took the sleeves off of it, put it a little bit off the shoulder, and put a giant hoop underneath it. Because in the 80s, some of those gowns that they had for prom gowns were basically ball gown patterns. So, which show was that? That was because I had to learn how to faint. I knew how to faint from theater classes, but I had to faint in a hoop skirt, which is a trick unto itself, where that hoop's going to go whoop. So I had to do that every night for a 2-week run, and I think Monday and Tuesday were the only nights we didn't have a show. One night, my bracelet got caught in the dress, in the overskirt, and I couldn't get my arm up enough, so I hit the floor, and there's a shotgun mic right there where I dropped. And everybody in the audience gasped because they heard the side of my head slam into that floor. Okay, so I don't see anybody else coming in. I'm going to put this little girl aside so I can start calling it. And so we're going once. Going twice. And I'm going to put the sold in now. 3, 2, 1. Sold. Sold. Yep, there we go. Who got it? Warren. Warren got it for $22. Thank you, Warren. Oh, yeah, Warren. I was going to email you. 2 sales ago, you had gotten a Flower Fairy sticker book. In the last batch of stuff that I sent you, did I by any chance already send that to you? Because I found everything else from that sale but that. It's driving me nuts. Because I was trying to put, the flat stuff I have for you. Because I have that King Tut thing. And okay, so let's get her little envelope back in there. Her little lid. Now, I am not one of those sellers. I will not be sending her just taping the original box shut and slapping a label on it. I will put this in another box and then send it to you. Okay, girl. Up you go. There we go. No, you haven't seen it. Okay. There was a stack of books because I didn't want to lose them. And I put them, I had that. You know what? I'll bet I know where it is now. There was a a bunch of flat things, but I had forgotten to take up the Tutankhamun thing that you had won from the last sale. So I have that down here already packed up in here. And I just realized in asking you, I had taken the stuff from the previous sale and all the flat stuff I took upstairs to the 3rd floor. I haven't been in that room since I got sick. I betcha it's on the table up there. Because I thought I'd take all that easy stuff and slide it right into envelopes, and I'll bet you it's on the table. All right, let's do a little quickie here. I have 4 of these. 2 come gold envelope, 2 come the white envelope. And I know people collect these pop-up Christmas cards. This is a wonderful snow ornament. You see all that wonderful sparkly snowflakes? So I'm going to share the wealth because I do not need 8 of these. Okay? 4, because that's all I ever put up. When I have had my snowmen out, I have taken these and I have carefully set them up with, and when you first do it, you usually end up having to like put a little piece of tape underneath to hold that down. But I use 4 of them when I have my snowman display up. And going through my Christmas stuff, 2 of the totes that I could get to, I realized that I had 8 of these and I never use 8. I only ever use the 4, so I'm sharing the wealth. These pop-ups are from Pop Shots, which is a company that's all they would do. And if you ever find Pop Shots 3D pop-up cards, sometimes some of them they say 3D, like you really have to, especially if you find the Disney ones. The Disney ones can go for some surprising serious money. I know I sold years ago, I had some when I worked at a candy store that they went out of business and they were just going to throw all the cards away. And the manager went, I know you have pen pals. Why don't you just take all the stationery? I did. And then when eBay came along, I know I sold the Peter Pan one I had. Probably 20 years ago now. I know I sold the Peter Pan one that I had. I sold that one for $30 back then. So like I said, some of the Pop Shots ones are crazy, but they are such cool little creative things to decorate with. So I have 4, and they're going to be, it's just going to be, well, it's you guys. So we're going to make them $3 each. Make them $3 each, because normally I'd put these on eBay. My snowflake pop-up. And so the depressed pumpkin, do you not care? You have a depression. So what I'm going to do is, there are $3 each. I see Lois would like one. And I would like to divvy them up so that the first 3 people to claim one, Lois has claimed one, so I've got 3 more. If you just put the letter S, then you can claim one for $3. Okay? So we've got Lois, Marilyn, and Lois, I think I sent you an email. So I didn't mean to sound too sarcastic to depressed pumpkin, but I suffer from depression myself, and tonight I am not in the mood for that. I am so not in the mood for anybody bringing me down. Okay, and Lois, you'll take more if available. So at the moment, yes. And okay, so we've got those. Anybody else for those? Just put an S in. And if not, then Marilyn, did you want more than one? I could do 2 and 2 for you ladies. If not, that's okay. Look, I have glitter everywhere now. You'd think I was doing Iolanthe again. God, I even ended up, during that show, I ended up with glitter under my bed. How? I don't know. In Iolanthe is a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta. The men have some of the best opening chorus stuff for men in a Broadway show I've ever seen, because they are, of course, the House of Peers. So they get this great entrance number. And the first words out of their mouth are, "Bow, bow, ye lower middle classes." Sets a tone right there for the House of Peers. But the women's chorus are all fairies. Wings and glitter everywhere. So, okay, so Marilyn gets 1, and Lois would like the other 3. But after that show was over, and the guy playing the Lord Chancellor, he would come home with glitter on him, and his wife was getting mad. Oh, you want 2? Okay. That leaves 1 left. 2. Okay. There we go. Because he's coming back with glitter on him, but he's only ever near 1 fairy. He's near Iolanthe herself. And that's a key plot point. And so she would get jealous because he was coming home with glitter on it. And I'm like, everybody was going with glitter on them. You can't help it. Our costumes had glitter. Our faces, our hair. We couldn't go to the bathroom without leaving glitter everywhere. I moved my bed 3 months after the show had ended. No lie. There was glitter on the carpet up by where the headboard was. So, and I'd come home and I'd take a shower to try to get all that crap out of my hair and everything. Nope, there was the glitter in the rug. The stuff just breeds. It just does. It just does. All right. Dun, da, da, da. Hello. We're going to do another offer up. This one. Oh, wait till you see it. The first photo, if anybody saw the first Instagram photo, it looked a little milky. Well, that was from years of dust. This thing is old Mercury Glass. Oh, yeah, glitter sticks till the 4th of July. Yeah. Oh, hon, glitter is not as bad now. Because remember, back in the old days when glitter was little metal flakes. Glitter's not as bad as sand in your underwear. I didn't learn that from experience, but I was smart enough to learn from other people's stupid mistakes. Just saying. So this is a Mercury Glass tree topper. And we're going to start this baby. Now, guys, come on. I have to be fair. This is a Mercury Glass tree topper in the original box. Okay? Even giving you guys a deal, I can't be starting this at 5. This has got to start at 15. Wait till you see this baby. Okay? And I start things low for you guys anyway, because you've stuck with me. So we're going to start this at 15. Now, It's missing this part. Okay. Wow. Damn, Lori. Lori Ann is fast. Jeez. She is after this. So there's a little crink right there. Okay. Now it is the George Frank Sons Company of Baltimore, Maryland. There's the bottom. Now I have been like super careful with this thing, and I have to admit, I'm terrified of shipping it. I got this during the clean out of helping that older lady. Now, earlier today, I went through and I took Q-tips and I very carefully look at the shine this thing has now. I took Q-tips and just started because I was like, I don't get why it has this almost white, honest to God, it looked almost like a white powder over it. And I knew that wasn't right because if there was going to be anything white on it, it would be these mica. It'd be all this mica dusting. So I knew it wasn't that. Well, it was just years of accumulation of just dust and using it. But look how stunning. Look at it, the mirror finish. Look at the mirror finish that came out as. And then now I could not get everything out of in here. There's still a little pine pitch up inside there. But look at this baby. It came out so beautifully. Now I tried, I think I got most of it. So getting in between all these little things and not messing with the mica was a challenge, which is why I was using Q-tips. And then I'd carefully wet it. And then I used a tissue to go over it again, just barely dampened. And I mean, the shine, the mirror shine on this. So the top part is the silver. And then you can see on this where it's funny. It's like the way they did it is so intriguing to me. I've looked at it several times and I still can't figure it out. So this starts off as silver and then the green starts. The green is really light green. But by the time you get down to here, it's the dark green. It's just really weird the way they've overlapped the colors. Is really strange. Now you can see up close, you have to hunt for it because the light doesn't shine through. There are a couple of spots inside where the color is scraped because the treetop went up into that. But the ball itself, the silver up here, all that's in fantastic shape. I'm just amazed that there's no chips. There's no chips to this thing. There is little bits of wear, and I don't know that I can get it so you can see them. Maybe this way? Look, it's so dark that it's disappearing into my sweater here. But there are spots like here. This is fluted a little bit. And you can see spots where the green is either didn't get in to the way they tried to pinch it to make it flared out, or it's from... But I'm really surprised that this doesn't have scrapes in it from the tree going up in there. But it's a stunner. It's a stunner. When she gave me this, these pillows keep moving. When she gave me this, I just held my breath and I went, "Are you sure?" So the silver is definitely on the inside. The silver part is on the inside. I think the green is on the outside. Because, I mean, it looks so different. And where I can see the little bit of wear for the green here, it looks like the green is all on the outside of the glass, but this silver bit is all inside the glass. So it's really it's an amazing piece of work. It's just amazing because it's only on here and then seeing it down here. That's the only way I could tell that the green is on the outside. But the silver is definitely on the inside. And you can see that there is a spot. Let me find it. On the very tip. Now, first off, there's this teeny little curly cue of glass right there. That's still there. But there's a spot right here, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get it to show at all. But there's a tiny little spot. Oh, there, maybe. Nope, I lost it again. There we go, right at the tip of my finger. That's the spot where the silver has flaked a little bit, and that's clear glass on the outside, and that's where you can see that the silver is on the inside. But it's a stunner. And then I'm always afraid taking it out of the box because I don't want the box to rub up against that mica. But it's just a stunner. Now, this thing is... You're taller than my... How much taller? So it is about a centimeter taller than 12 inches. So that's like 12 and a quarter. 12 and a quarter inches high. It's a tall one. It's a very tall one. And I see we have Kitschy Corner is up to 20. Kitschy Corner is at 20. And it does come with the original box. I've actually asked for some help about how do I pack this. One person suggested pool noodles. If I can find one that would fit, because the worry is, yes, I should. Everybody told me, yes, I should. If it fits snugly, doesn't bounce around in the box, which it doesn't, then I should very carefully not even use tissue paper. It's too rough. That maybe find a thin piece of paper, a thin piece of soft fabric, and put it around the whole thing at the bottom. Put this in the box, and then find a piece of a pool noodle or one of those pieces of round insulation tubing that fits over water pipes that would fit down in just enough to fit over this in the box. Wrap the whole box then in paper, in bubble wrap. I've got some help about ideas of packing for this before I ever was going to put it to you. And this baby's absolutely going to be a box in a box on top of all that. So I see Kitschy Corner at 20 for this beauty. And I'm going to... Now, the trick to getting it in there is I do have to just so that it doesn't rub on the top, because the top isn't quite squared off anymore. Now, there is tissue paper in the very bottom of this thing, and it goes to, I mean, you can see it in... Oh, no, you can't because it keeps moving. You can see it. It goes almost right to the top of the box, which is why I was like, I need help. The box had one thing that I found intriguing. Advertised in Life. So they used to advertise in Life magazine. Very cool. But absolutely a rare find, because first off, blown glass, Mercury Glass tree toppers are not easy to find. And to find one in the original box is just chef's kiss. So I still see us at 20 with Kitschy Corner. Steal of the night, I think. That's okay. So we're going to start calling it. We are going to start calling that baby, going once. And we are going to lay you down right there, because I can't have you over there yet. And going twice. And I'm going to sneeze. Hang on. Ah. And sold. Sold to Kitschy Corner. Tree topper, not tree popper. Kitschy, do I? It's been a while. Do me a favor, shoot me an email with your information, because I'm finding that the stuff that I archived, the emails I'm archived, some of the ones from the longest ago are disappearing. And I don't know that I have you. Yeah, send me your info again, please. Kitschy Corner. All righty. Hands are getting cold. Getting chilly out there. I hope it don't ice up. All right, let's do some of this big thing. Now, the cats got to the plastic. So the plastic. I did not yet find more things for my Rolodex, but that's also because I don't have an office yet. The Rolodex is in a box underneath this card table right here. But I do know I am going to need more cards for it at some point. We're getting there. We're getting there. I actually found the last box of missing, at least I think it's the last box, of missing stuff from previous sales from before I got hurt. Searching, I searched everywhere down here. It was under Mike's desk. For over a year, it's been under Mike's desk, and I didn't know it. So, getting there. So, anyway, this is a puzzle, and I'm sorry about the plastic wrap being kittens. Kittens got to the plastic wrap, but it's never been opened. It is a 19.5-inch round cardinals. It is 500 pieces. And let's face it, winter is a good time to do these. When I was a kid and you had off from school for that week between Christmas and New Year's, day after Christmas, card table would go up, start doing jigsaw puzzles. And Dad would stop by and he'd put a few pieces in, Mom would come in and put a few pieces in, and so that's what we did, and it kind of became a family thing. So they're called cards for the Rolodex. Okay. But I don't have space nor time to do that, and so this one's never been opened. It would have had perfect saran wrap if a kitten hadn't laid on it. So, oh, Lou, honey, I have them all the time. So for the cardinal puzzle, let's find their number for you. This is going to be $7, number 84. $7, number 84 for the cardinal puzzle. I don't think I've ever done a round puzzle. My sister-in-law used to be really into puzzles, and she would she was getting harder and harder difficulty ones until somebody gave her a round puzzle that was all one color. All the pieces except for the edge pieces were the exact same shape, and then the pieces were the same color on each side. She still got that sucker done. I don't know how, but she still got that sucker done. So let's see here. Let me do a quick refresh. Tongue not working anymore. And I need to get it into live chat, and I see Marilyn in first. So that is going to Marilyn. And yeah, I haven't done that in a while, Lou. I used to do a specific for that. We might get to that point again. For tonight. Karen puzzles. What are Karen puzzles? Let's do these. So I have, and I don't know if there's really an interest in these. I did find the images kind of funny. I could tell right away this had to be the 70s just from the hairstyles. Let's see if it's got a date. Icecapades. It's an Icecapades program. Remember them? Over Up? 1970. That's what this one's from. So we're not going to offer up on that one right now tonight. But if puzzles are a thing, let me know. Because I may have a way to have more of them and ones that aren't used. Because if I'm right, there's a box of them at my sister's house that are mine. Oh, if Natalie... Well, Natalie didn't come in second. It was Marilyn, then it was Lois, and then Natalia. Sorry, I got your name wrong. All right. So do you want me to do the puzzle as an offer up? Oh, why am I not surprised there's a puzzler YouTuber? All right. We can, since it seems like we can do that for an offer. All right. Cardinal puzzle. Offer up. Typing is going to crap here. And we're going to start it at the 7. I haven't done this in a while. Usually I have, and my brain did not connect right away. And I know some of you ones who've been with me for a while remembered, and I didn't connect right away. If there were a lot that wanted something, then they could put in offer, and I would make it an offer up. Thank you for reminding me. It's been a long time since we've done that, but it's still a helpful thing. So there we go. You met Judy Garland. Ooh. I met Al Alberts. Remember Al Alberts and the Four Aces? If you're from the Philadelphia area, there was an Al Alberts TV show for a long time. What did I do with my photograph? I have a photograph of Captain Noah, which was a Philadelphia area children's show. He was a couple years older, and he was like a year older than my dad. They went to the same high school together. And I found a photograph. I'm going to put it up on YouTube. Up on eBay. My claim to fame is I met Prince Edward. I've met federal judge Robert Gothrop. I met Sally Starr. That was another local thing. I don't think she ever went national. I saw Kate Winslet because when I was still working at Wawa, they started filming Mayor of Eastham. And they filmed that in my area. So I see Marilyn at 7, Lois at 10, and Natalia, did you want to come in with an offer? Oh, thank you, Kitschy Corner. There's your email. I see that. And Zillow, go away. I had to fix you already. So go. So we're doing it as an offer up for the puzzle. And it's right now it's Lois is at 10, Marilyn is at 7. Lois is the high bid at 10, high offer at 10. I met Jonathan Frid once. I shouldn't forget that. That was a very long time ago. He was very nice. Who remembers Dark Shadows and Barnabas Collins? I started with some friends. The first Dark Shadows fan club that was in the Philadelphia area when it went from being on regular TV. I don't think that, I'm sure there was a fan club at that point, but we all grew up watching it on reruns. And we actually joined with a group in Philadelphia. We were in Delaware County, and we had a lot of people, but they had a lot of connections. So we merged and held the first Dark Shadows weekend, which now they would call them Comic-Con. But we had the first convention of Dark Shadows, and it was awesome. I got to have lunch with Jonathan Frid 2 days in a row as being one of the people that helped organize the whole thing. I had to be up there both days, Saturday, all Sunday. I wasn't the one that met him at the airport and got him. We had him, and we had Lara Scott, and so we had him, we had Barnabas, we had Angelique, we had Quentin, and we had Maggie. So we were only able to get 4 of them, because at that point we could only offer them $500 to come for the day. And they went, we'll come for the whole weekend. And like, well, we don't have a place for you to stay. They paid for their own place to stay. They were so surprised and so happy. And like, it started off with him, and he wanted to do it. And then he's like, well, let me see if Lara wants to come do this too. And so he convinced the other 3 to come do it with them. And we're like, well, to be fair, we'll pay all of you then. But the budget we would have had for paying for his hotel had to go pay the other 3 to come and be there. And they were all just so sweet and so nice. And it was great. And we had maybe 150 people show up. We had more people show up, though. I mean, we had people just standing around the tables because we didn't expect to have more than maybe 80 people. Maybe. We had 150. So, all right. So we're going to do going once and twice here for the puzzle. So yeah, that's my real claim to fame, was starting that. And they still have, even though almost all of them are gone, there's still Dark Shadows events that go on. There's still, and you can find all kinds of stuff on YouTube, interviews with people, and sold. Oh, the newer one was horrible. And the newer movie, I mean, I like Johnny Depp, but the way he was just too over the top for Barnabas was bad. And quite frankly, the writing, the only reason the original worked is because they took it seriously. It was so incredibly low budget. The special effects were laughable, but the fact that they took it seriously, that's where the humor is. The minute you camp it up, you kill it. And that was the problem with the revamped series. They camped it up too much. They didn't treat it, no matter I did a lot of Gilbert and Sullivan operettas, and their humor comes from the fact that, as Gilbert put it, no matter how outrageous the situation you put the characters in, as long as the actors treat it as reality and take it seriously, it will have the humor. People will find it funny. But the minute you try to deliberately camp it up to make it funny, to make a joke out of it, you lose the humor. And that was why I think the original Dark Shadows did so well. It was so very camp, but that they were serious about it. And some of that dialogue you hear now and you go, you just face palm and go, I can't believe he said that. I can remember seeing it, when I found it on PBS, actually it was on the NJN, the New Jersey Public Broadcasting Station, and it would come on, and here's the thing. I saw it and I went, I know who that, why do I know that? And Mom came into the room and I was like 13, and I went, what is this? I've seen this before. Who is this? I know him. He's a vampire. Why do I know him? And she just laughed, because my sister used to run home from school to watch Dark Shadows in the afternoon on television. And Mom said I would curl up next to her and sit there and watch the whole thing with her. And she always used to get worried that I would get scared. I was never scared. I didn't like Quentin, but I was never scared. And then when I saw all the rest of the episodes, I still didn't like Quentin, but it was more for the fact that I didn't like the character than it was just because he was the werewolf. So here, as a little one, before I was even old enough to go to school, I was watching it with my sister at like 4 and 5 years old. And I just could remember that I don't know who this guy is, but I know he's a vampire. Why do I know this? So it was great. I had a blast. And now you can see the one problem with it being in syndication is that they never ran the old black and white stuff. And I was so mad with Netflix because I was getting the discs from Netflix so that I could watch the old black and whites, the early episodes, and then that's when they gave up their discs. And I was so mad because I was only halfway through the first season. So Lois 410. All right. I'm still a big fan. I know that like some of that stuff still, somebody that I know from back then, he recently got a hold of me and he just sold off some of his stuff that was signed by the cast members from those early conventions that we had run. And I mean, keep in mind, like, I wasn't even out of high school when I was part of this, and I was doing the newsletter. But that was my senior year. So he just told me he sold off some of his stuff, his signed stuff, and he got a couple of $100 for signed things. So there's still huge following for this, and that was just last year. So who knew? I may have to. The only thing I wish I had is like I don't know if they ever did it for Dark Shadows, but did they ever make those little trade cards, like the bubblegum cards? Did they ever make those for Dark Shadows? I know they made some for the Addams Family. I have about 8 of them. I'm always on the lookout for those because I would love to get all of them for the Addams Family one and then frame it and then have it as a Halloween decoration hanging up on the wall. I think it'd be awesome. Okay. So let's do this. This is a 1970 Ice Capades. And I don't know. It's like each one has a theme. So I think this one would, like, this says the Age of Aquarius. So I think this one was the Zodiac. Metro Media, the 31st edition of the Ice Capades. So they have Life is a Three-Ring Circus, World of Cosmic Glee, Circus of Yesteryear. Super Special, which was Tim Wood, the 1970 World Figure Skating Champion. Beatles medley with somebody else. The Legend of Frozen Time, which then intermission. Then the Astrological Affair, and then Sporting Arians, whatever that means. A Yodeling Capricorn, a Libran's Mood in Music, and a Sagittarian's World of Chance, and then a tribute to the Age of Aquarius. So here's the Life is like a Three-Ring Circus. Wow. Did Bob Mackie, there's a lot of gold lame on there. Did Bob Mackie do those outfits? Circus of Yesteryear. The costumes are cracking me up. I've never seen an Ice Capades. So they even have like their star people. I mean, Nick, if you know an ice skater and you're making a junk journal, this would be some wild pictures to put in a junk journal. So this is from a former member of the U.S. World Figure Skating Team, Billy Chappell. Look at that jump. Those legs are perfectly straight across. I know that like people that did the championships would sometimes end up going into the Ice Capades. Now the center page on this one is loose. And then this is Tom Wood. He was, oh wow. At 21, his impressive list of victories include the 1968 Olympic silver medal, the U.S. national champions title for 68, 69, and 70. And he interrupted his law studies at Colorado College to join the Ice Capades. I like the time-lapse image showing how he does a certain jump. So he's coming out of a spin and then leaping, and they caught every part of it. They look like little fairies. Look at that. Couldn't go to the theater without rice, toilet paper, and water guns. Rocky Horror? I really need to find somewhere that still does that because Michael has never, he's seen Rocky Horror, but he's never been to a Rocky Horror where they still do all of that. I mean, I took him and his best friend from Scouts when they were like 20, I think. We went up somewhere to see Rocky Horror. And got more pictures. And we had a blast. But I think the guy who played Dr. Frankenfurter was a little jealous because people wanted their picture taken with Mike's friend. Because he was dressed up as Frankenfurter and looked better than the guy who had been on stage. Because he went up, and then the girlfriend at the time was Magenta. So you've got all these great images. And so if you have junk journaling in mind, this is a good one. This Ice Capades, let's change that down to $3. $3 for that, number 81. $3, number 81 for the Ice Capades. Sit that there. And what else have we got? Let's do, come on. Let's do the little boots. Let's do our little Santa booties. So neither one of them is marked, but this one, I'm pretty sure, is maybe a hobbyist piece because it has an S in the heel there. And they've got this stuff, I think, is the stuff that it's got glitter in it. And you used to be able to buy this at Joann Fabrics and it would set up. It's like almost like a plaster, but it had the glitter in it. So they've tried to make the fur around the boot look like that. But it's definitely a hobbyist piece. They didn't put a date or anything, though. Just an S inscribed there. And you can see, like, this side, the line isn't quite so clean and perfect, but it's really pretty good on this side. Cute little thing. Nice little holiday bit. Santa's boot. It's 3.5 long, 2.5 high. Cute little thing you can have for Christmas. So this one is going to be $3 because I don't think this one's that old. I think this is a more modern one, but this one's $3 and it's number 10 for the larger one. Yeah, that's the benefit, is if you don't have to be the one to do the cleanup after Rocky Horror. Now the other one is smaller but older. And this one, it doesn't say made in Japan on it, but I wouldn't be surprised. So this one's a little smaller, and the back side of it's all white. The red is cold painted, and then it's got the little holly, and it's got the little ridging like it's definitely a worn boot. And so this one is 3 inches by 2 inches. But this one is definitely, I mean, it's well glazed inside. It's not marked made in Japan, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. But I would say that this one is probably from the 1950s. There is a little bit, you could see little bits of wear and scuffing here and there on the cold painted red. Absolutely typical of that cold paint, but still in really nice condition. There's no chips, there's no cracks, there's no crazing. This one I'll also do for $3. But this little one, this one's going to be number 15. This one's also $3, but this is definitely the older of the two. This one is definitely probably more from the 50s than the bigger hobbyist piece. And this one is $3, number 15. Small candy canes would be cute. Oh, I take that back. There is a little crazing. You don't see it on the front. You can see it on the back a little bit. There's just a little bit where the crazing has darkened up a little bit on the back. But that's on the back where you're not really going to see it. Tuck that in there. Now, I have to admit, I did not plug this in. I didn't think to. This is the next really old. This is in the original box. A wreath. A wreath that has ring-a-light Christmas tree sets on the back. The box itself is pretty cool with that ring-a-light decoration around on it. But the box has a little issue right there. So here's the thing. This opens up like this. It probably had cellophane on there at some point. But this is literally just styrofoam. This is metal glitter. Seriously, this is the old stuff. This is the pretty sure the pre-1950 glitter where it's the flakes of metal, because that's scratchy stuff. And then there's this wispy little foily bit wrapped around it. Now, at some point, I think somebody got a piece of tape stuck there because it took some of the red off. Now, I know when I first found this, I did plug it in and try it. There is a bit of old string here to hold it up. And at that point, that light did light. I didn't check it this year. Does have a short cord, but this is very much a 1930s type, because you can see you can just honestly you can rewire this if you needed to, because it's the kind where you can even see the screws and stuff. That would have had just a thin piece of cardboard over it. This is hard plastic. I don't think it's Bakelite. I didn't test it, but it could be. This just, I hate to say it, but this screams 1930s Depression era. Not just because of this type of plug, the type of hard plastic. I think that's Bakelite. It's got way more weight to the end of this thing than it should have if this were regular plastic. I'm really sure that's Bakelite. But the fact that it is so incredibly simple is probably from the 1930s, because people didn't have the money to take anything that was too fancy. On the inside of the box lid, you can see where there would have been some kind of cellophane over the opening of the box. This piece is in there, and somehow I think this had been hooked to this. I don't know how. I'm not going to mess with that too much. The wreath itself is not real fragile. The box is fragile, which is why I'm trying to be careful with it. But it is a very old piece. You do not come across too much. Sometimes you could find the old light strands from the 30s or ornaments, but you don't come across too much of the things that light up that would have been from that time. So it's a ring-a-light decoration. Made in Dallas, Texas. Laco Electric Manufacturing Company. That's what it says on the back. So for the ring-a-light wreath, now I can give that a set price, or we can make that an offer up if there's more interest for that. It's such an odd, unique thing. I mean, it's not Christmas over the top. It's really not. It's definitely a look. Wreaths aren't my big thing, which is why I'm sitting here laughing. I like the box more than I like the wreath, but I'm not a wreath person. So for the ring-a-light wreath, the 1930s ring-a-light wreath, that is going to be $7, number 68. Yeah, and see, that's the thing, is like the coating on the wiring is perfect. It's not in any shape problem. The big problem is the box. The electric worked fine. The wires didn't get warm. There's no sign of wear to it. And let's see, I got 2 of you that came in, so let me see. I mean, I know that's incredibly cheap for something that old, but I just want it to find a new home. You know what I mean? You know, I know that my son looked at that and went, "That's trash." And I went, "No, no, it's not. There are people that like the really old, really simple. I'm just not a wreath person. I'm not the kind that would put the candle in the windows. It's not my thing." Mind you, I saw blow up Snoopy Beagle Scout, and I'm dying because I can't afford it. It's the 50th anniversary of the Snoopy Beagle Scouts. The amount of Christmas stuff out there right now for my beloved Beagle Scouts is killing me. They have so much stuff at Hallmark and everywhere else, and I still haven't even bought my Beagle ornament yet because they put out one every year. But I didn't know that this year, 2024, was the 50th anniversary, and this stuff is everywhere. Kohl's has stuff, Hallmark has stuff, and it's killing me. And somebody had a Christmas one of the Beagle Scout Snoopy, and it's a blow up for your lawn. That's my kind of thing, even though normally I don't like blow ups. It's the Beagle Scout. I like that kind of weird thing. But this, it's a wreath. Not my thing. So, Melody came in first, and I thank you so much. I'm going to tuck you back over there. And so, Melody, it is all yours. Melody's many. But I want it to have a home. It needs a home, and I'm happy it has a home. All right. we're going to do another one where it's going to be quick and easy. So how many of you have heard of Shackman? Shackman made a lot of fabulous reproduction Victorian kind of stuff. And they have since gone, because at the time when Victoria magazine was out and Victoriana was all the rage, that was their high point. But over time, that kind of fell out of favor. And then they got bought out by, it used to be family owned, and then they got bought by somebody else. And then, you know how it gets over time, and then they don't devote the time to keeping it current. And so now Shackman's gone. So the picture stuff seemed to be better made than the new stuff also. Oh, yeah, some vintage stuff, definitely. But these are little gift boxes, and they're made with very European looking. That bear looks Russian. But they're ice skating. And so it makes a nice little gift box, square gift box. The box itself, when it's made, would be 4x4x4. So it's a nice little ornament box. This is the lid. But then each side, you have the bear and the raccoon, and they're all ice skating. And then you have the fox and the cat. Now, Shackman stuff is, no matter what it is, tends to be really collectible. These are my last 5 of these boxes. Long time ago, I bought a whole Shackman lot of stuff from Mr. Buys a Lot, and honestly, that stuff did amazingly well, and I didn't know I still had some of these tucked away. I have one that I kept in my Christmas stuff, and I just think it's a cute little box, and it helps because you have a square box and then I can sit other stuff on it, or just have it as the box, and it just gives a neat, quirky little animal design, because I do have some Christmas stuff that's little animals, little chipmunks and little hedgehogs. And so I put them around the box, and then I've got a squirrel that's on top that I usually sit on top of my box. And then they're all small enough that to store them away, they just get wrapped into tissue paper and put in the box. See, so it makes its own storage for what you're displaying it with, if you're displaying it with small stuff. So these are going to be, what's you guys? So I know what I sold them for before, and we're not going to do $5 at a time. We're going to do these $3 each. $3 each. Letter B for box. $3 each. Letter B for box. And let me know how many you want. And it's okay. Melody's in there. Melody, how many did you want? And Kitschy Corner, how many did you want? I have 5 total. It'd be $3 each. Okay, so Melody wants 2. Kitschy wants. How many did you want, Kitschy? So that's 2. Tuck you over in there. So there's, and you'll take 2 also. So that leaves me with 1. Does anybody want the last one for $3? I mean, even if you don't want to use it for display, you can always use it as a little gift box for someone. Cute little thing. So we have 1 left there. All right, that gives us that one. And let's do, oh, you know what? Let's do this guy. Let's get this guy out of here. Okay. Who likes reindeer and who likes glass? This little babe, I've had him out a couple of times. He just doesn't fit in right with my snowmen. If he were solid white as opposed to frosted glass, maybe he would, but he just doesn't quite fit in. So I thought, well, when I was going through the totes of some of my own Christmas stuff, the totes I could actually get to that weren't in the attic, I thought, I'm going to share the wealth. He is a tall boy. Look at those antlers. Look at them. Beautiful. I mean, the workmanship on this is gorgeous because he's all hand done glass and then he's all frosted. And then you have the antlers. And the antlers, there's deliberately bubbles in the antlers to give it some frosting look. And you could tell it's deliberate because of how they're lines of them, which is not easy to do. So we have this beautiful guy, and I didn't know whether I should make him as an offer or just a straight up, but he is definitely coming to you. He is from that cute little tail to, he is 4 1/4 across this way, but height-wise, he's 6 1/2 inches tall. He's a tall one. So he's a little bit longer than a $1 bill tall. But he's really adorable. He's in good shape. But you know, I haven't taken him out of the box in a lot of years. But he's not signed though. There's no signed, and I didn't have any. He's in the box that he was given to me in too. I have him in this Victoria's Secret box, which is how I got him. With the warning, don't shake that. Be careful opening it. Don't shake it. So for the glass deer with the antlers, oh, we have to make new numbers because at the beginning of this, I couldn't find my number cards. I've lost them. All right, so what numbers haven't we used? We haven't used this. We haven't used... I could have sworn I had like all my numbers on my desk, but then all of a sudden, like right before when the sale started, I'm like, I had this little tiny pile like this. I'm like, that's not gonna help. Let me quick make another couple of numbers here. There we go. That'll get us through for a bit. I didn't do that one twice, did I? No. Okay. Wondering what I'm hearing. There's a kitty over there. Okay, so for the, he's not blown glass. I forget what they call it. Lamp glass? When they do it, because he's solid. He's not hollow. But they do it with like the glass and like a little blowtorch thing. And they used to do things at the mall, but those were usually spun glass. And he's not that either. He's like something in between. So for the glass deer with those fabulous antlers, he is a lovely piece and hand done and really beautiful. He is $8 and he's number 12. $8, number 12 for the deer. Let me see. We have one of you left, so we'll put you there. Now we have, come on here. Do another little porcelain fellow. Now, oh, when did that happen? Bugger. He has a chip. Oh. Did I do that when I washed him off? I must have. He got a little bitty chip right on the very tip. Ah, that's no fun. Because look, he's that really cute white with the holly. He is made in China. But he's got a little chip right on there. Well, bummer. Can't sell that. Well, I could. If anybody really, really wants this and it has that little chip, let me know. I'll make it $1. But I'm so bummed. Darn. Put you, oops. Put you back there. Bummer. Well, let's get the other two, which are tinier but are Lefton. So, I have 1985 Lefton China. Now, the sticker is only half there, but it is the holly. And honestly, I mean, the old Lefton things look painted on. The new Lefton, I swear they're transfers, that they're thick transfers put on. And really cute little thing. Not very big at all, but you know, I mean, it's a cute thing to have. You could either have it in, you know, on a curio shelf or, you know, use it at the sink to put your rings in before you wash the dishes. Or put your earrings in on the nightstand. It's 2.5 inches across, the long way. It's 1.25 inches high, and then it's about 1.75 inches width this way in the middle. Absolutely cute. It is a Lefton piece. It's marked and has half the sticker. It is from 1985. So, oval Lefton. So this little fellow, that little oval Lefton is $3. It's $3, number 44. And I have a bigger Lefton for those of you who like cardinals. This is also a trinket box. Now this one though, this one I should look up or should have because this is not the same trademark. And I know that changed. So I'm pretty sure that this one, the tree, is older because it doesn't have a year, but I'm pretty sure that that trademark is no later than it changed again around 72, 73. So I believe this is one from the 60s. Now, it does have its little sticker. That sticker stayed the same for a lot of decades, but how they did the crown and the font they used for the words changed often. And so I believe this piece is from the 60s, and that's the lid. Does have its little ridge, so it fits nice inside. Has its beautiful cardinal. It's in great shape. No chips, no cracks. It is 3¼ inches high. I wouldn't recommend standing it up like that because I'd be afraid that the lid would fall down. But you have this one, and it is older and bigger. And so the cardinal tree, where'd my numbers go? The cardinal tree from Lefton is $5 and is number 58. $5, number 58. Is everybody ready for Christmas? Oh, I'm going to eat another one of these real quick. My tummy be a rumbling. Okay, so I found my bag of Christmas goodies. So anybody that purchases from me tonight is going to get a Christmas goodie sent with their package. Now, let's see. I know. Have you? I don't think you're full, so I can't. So I'm not going to sell that. That's not cool. Well, don't you fall down. Okay. I have a couple of kit things here we're going to do. Like I said, tonight's going to be a long sale. Usually I last about 2 hours, and then the voice starts to go. So I'm trying not to have that happen tonight. Though I could tell my allergies are already like driving me nuts. That's why I keep trying to swallow something, because I'm getting post-nasal drip that's driving me crazy. But you know what? I spent all those months on a bent over a walker. If I get to put up a post-nasal drip, I will take it. It's so much better than what I had in 2021. So this little guy should have had, I guess, a dowel in it. It doesn't have one. I didn't get it with one. It has the little elf on a mushroom. It has Mrs. Claus. It has Mr. Claus. Has a lovely little braid. This is on a piece of felt. And honestly, feels like older. This is not polyester felt. This is wool felt. So this is an older piece of felt. I don't know that the rest of it is, but this is an older piece of felt. But this is such a cute decoration. What I think is kind of cool is by not having the dowel already through there, if you have those narrow little curtain rods, like for on a kitchen door, those little round ones, they would fit through here. If I didn't have the cats, I could probably put this on my back door, like in the middle of the curtains on that same rod. But those idiots like play with that curtain, Elrond, little brat. So I'd be afraid of what he'd do to this. But that is a lot of hard work somebody did. Because these little images, that is some teeny, tiny counted cross stitch. Absolutely well done, fabulous, tiny counted cross stitch. It is just wonderful. Oh Lord, I don't ever want to wrap Christmas presents on Christmas Eve again. That gave me trauma. My mother made me do that my entire teenage and adult life. She wouldn't wrap anything till Christmas Eve. I could never go to a Christmas party, Christmas Eve party. She used to, okay, I'm a teenager. We want to party. Their parents had an open house every Christmas Eve. I'd be allowed to stay for an hour, and then she'd call them and tell them to send me home. I couldn't even have Christmas Eve to hang with my friends. And there were only 2 friends in the neighborhood, so she knew where I was. She knew I was safe, and no. And I can't tell you the amount of Christmas Eves where I would be so exhausted, especially once I started working in retail, and still have to come home and stay up all night and see the sunrise and still be trying to wrap her damn presents. I would be in tears from exhaustion. And then she'd finally say, go to bed and I'll finish up. And I'm like, how do you keep going? Well, it has to get done. I'm like, we're not seeing my sister and her kids until the day after Christmas on her birthday. No, it doesn't all need to be done tonight. She used to make us put the tree up then, too. It took, oh man, that took a lot of argument, too. I think she finally would let us put the tree up the weekend before Christmas. And I would drag Michael and Daria over here and help me put this thing up. So we'd all get together and put the tree up. But yeah, that was something to do too on Christmas Eve. Not me. I had a little notebook in the closet, and it had written down what I bought for who, and I would glue the to and from labels. I didn't trust that sticker was going to, we made a lot of our own to and from out of the previous year's Christmas cards, but I would glue the ribbon down and I would glue that to and from sticker to the box, to the paper. It was not coming off because I would start wrapping in October. I was having none of that. So this wonderful little piece, let's get back to Christmas. This wonderful little piece with the cross stitch. I mean, you don't even have to use your eyesight to do it. It's already done in there for you. Teeny, teeny, teeny little stitches. So it is a cross stitch hanging. And that is just a lot of work someone did. And that is going to be $5. If I made it myself, I'd be asking way more than that. But we aren't there yet. Next Christmas, I hope to be there where I have the office and I can actually make some stuff. But it is $5. It is number 66 for the little cross-stitched Christmas banner. What is it? Oh, yeah. You know what I want to do on Christmas Eve? I don't want to wrap a thing. I don't want to have to put a tree up. I want that tree already up. We're not having a tree this year. Oh. So those of you that are members to the channel have already seen the video, but I did a thing. Kimmy 5. Okay. Hi, Kimmy. Kimmy, you are new. So can you please email me? Right there's the email. Your name, your YouTube name, Right. And all that usual stuff, the address, and the email you want for PayPal, because I use PayPal for. Now this one has been opened, but everything is in there. It is a gold collection, All Hearts Come Home stocking. Okay, now everything is in there. I checked this all out. It is on a pretty stiff canvas that's a gray background. It's not going to come out of there. So like you can see the gray color up here. That's the actual color of the canvas, but you will cover every inch of this with this pattern. And everything is in there. I think the only thing I didn't find is I didn't find a needle. That was the only thing I didn't find. But I do not have the time to make this sucker. I really don't. Not if I want to empty my house. So you have this great kit. As I said, it has been opened. Because I couldn't tell if it just was the seam had split or if it had been opened before. I mean, I inherited a lot of craft stuff and kits, and then there were kits I had bought. I think this is one of the ones I inherited. Let's have a year on this. 2004. So, yeah. Maybe she thought I was going to do it, but because I know my mother wasn't going to do that. So this kit is for the stocking. This is a gold collection from Dimensions. But it's you guys. So for you guys, it's going to be $10, and it is going to be number 57 for the All Hearts Come Home for Christmas is what it says on the stocking. And then you don't have to put a name across it. You can leave those blank. But $10 for the kit, number 57. Slide that in there. Now another kit I have, this one is still sealed tight. This one is counted cross stitch. Now this is a little bit bigger, I think. What does this say? The stocking is 16 inches long. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so that one's a 16 count. This is a 14 count. If you do cross stitch, that makes a difference. This one is a Jan Lynn Christmas cross stitch called Santa's List. This has never been opened. Everything is in there. Like I said, there's even the little beads. There's little seed beads here so that you can embellish different parts, like the little, I think the little bits of holly up in the corners are the seed beads. Yeah, I think, yep. There's little groups of 3 to make the berries up on the border. I get a kick out of how there's this teeny little elf as if he's talking to Santa. So there's this kit, Christmas cross stitch, makes a 7x10 finished side picture, and everything is in there. This is Santa's List. And you know what? We're gonna also make this one. We're gonna also make this one 10. Just cause. So that would be 10, and that's number 22. 10, number 22. And that would be Santa's List. Now, What else is in this box? Ribbon, ribbon, more ribbon. Hoi! Expensive ribbon. Wow, welcome to the 80s. This is thick. It's a lot thicker than what they make now. So it's got a tube in the middle. I have no idea how much is there, but this is a little thicker. This is not the super thin stuff you get now. But it's green embossed velvet, and then like it's got this pattern almost like a fleur-de-lis of gold on it. I don't know how much is there, but this is older. So green velvet ribbon. Y'all know if you make wreaths and stuff, the price of the velvet ribbon, especially when it's like decent velvet. This is not the velveteen kind of. This is nice. This is really silky soft. This is older stuff. My I will oh ow ow ow. I'm tilting forward too much. Okay, Nancy. I do that. I tilt forward to talk to you guys, and then it pinches the one nerve, and then that causes the thigh muscle to cramp. Life with a pinched nerve. Oh joy. Oh rapture. Crap. So, that's a lot on there. That is a lot on there. So for the green velvet ribbon, this is going to be $5, number 30, for the embossed velvet green ribbon. $5, number 30. This is some of the stuff that I inherited from Nanny. And yeah, no idea how much of that stuff was here, and how much of it went to yard sales and flea markets. And now I'm finding the stuff that, mom kept. Now this one's later. You know how I can tell? Because the back of this is plastic. Oh, Marilyn wants that one. Thank you, Marilyn. I'm gonna put you over there. Now this one is red gold, $13.90 per each. Does that mean for the whole thing when you bought it? Or now it says it has 10 yards. DW Polvel Shim. Okay, so polyester velvet shimmer. This is newer. Get the pin out so I can show you how I knew the minute I picked it up. Because this back is like plastic. The front is not like that. Is velvet. Real velvet, you can see like the teeny little threads, and like it's almost like fur, it sticks up. But when you get to later years, it's flocking. It's basically just a teeny little bit of fluff. And you can't, like, on that, you can actually see the way, like, there's so much thick of it. It's actually tilted like this. You can actually see the individual, like, threads. But on this, you can't see those threads. It's basically flocking. This is a full roll of it. You can see how shiny the back is. That's all polyester, which is basically plastic. So this is a newer one. Put that pin. This is one of the things that came with the book collection, believe it or not. Because when it came time to, like, we were getting down to the wire, I might open up a box that made it to my car. They were just throwing boxes of stuff in my car. And I could open up a box and it was not a single book in there. There would be stuff like this. So this is a full roll of 10 yards, but it is that newer stuff. But still, I mean, I don't want to pull this off too far, but you can see that this is full. It is definitely full. So this is the red velvet. And I know I'm underselling the other, and I'm going to undersell this one too. But I'm going to make this one $4. And this one's number one. $4 number one for that one. And let me see here. I thought there was a third ribbon one. Oh, that's got some missing. Because I'm never going to use that ribbon. All right, so that's that one. Now this one is more, you can use this any time of year. Now, if you do it on this side, there's not as much glitter to all of it. But if you, on the darker, but if you do it on this side, there's not so much glitter to the center part. And this one is 2.5 inches wide and supposed to be 10 yards, made in Taiwan. How far in do you go? Where's your center? Okay, so center is here, and this goes all the way to here. So I would guess it's missing, probably missing 2 yards. But it's nice and silky. Really is nice and silky. Say what you're made out of? Nope, just made in Taiwan. So I would say there's probably 8 yards on this one. And you can see, like, as is the problem with some of these, the foil wrap on the end can often get a little fray where at the cut part. So this one, the green one, I would say this one's 8 yards of this, not a full 10. And so this one is going to be $3 for this one, and it's number 63. $3, number 63. Okay. Now, where did it go? I know I have one more ribbon. I know there's one more ribbon because I thought it was cool, and not that one. That's a... So this one is only 12 feet. So it's only 4 yards. But this one is such a cool pattern. I get why Mom would have picked it out. Santa Workbench Winter Romance. So it's pale blue and white and silver, but they're hanging ice skates. Which and like snowflakes and ribbon and bows. So it is a cute little thing. Just not my kind of thing. And this isn't one, like, I have a thing to make ornaments that are these stars, and you make them out of this kind of ribbon. This pattern won't work with that. So this one is definitely going to share the wealth kind of thing. And it really is so pretty. But I figured that would be better off going off with someone else. So this is for the ice skates ribbon. Now this one is only 4 yards. So the ice skates ribbon is only $2 and is number 4. $2 number 4 for the ice skates ribbon. I got to quick make some new numbers because I'm still looking at how many more things? Look at, I'm trying to pull the top off again. Okay, Precious Moments doll, those, Snow Baby, the earrings, the Jan Brett, and yeah, I need more numbers. I need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I need 12 more numbers. All right. Oh, we used the number 12. Can't use that one again. Give me a second, guys. So, what's your favorite Christmas carol? New Hampshire. Oh, darling, do you have snow already, Kimmy? My son wants to get us out of Delaware County in the worst way. And he's like, yes, there are the two from Germany, the 2 Christmas balls, the paper mache Christmas balls are vintage. I don't know how old the Precious Moments doll is. And then, oh yeah, and then these guys, which are for the old style lights, the glow stars in the original package. So yes, there's 3 more vintage things. I just ran out of numbers because I don't know what I did. How did I lose my number cards? I don't know. I was going to make new ones anyway, so I guess I better get on that. I wanted to make fancier ones. So let's see. I need to make 12 more numbers. So we did come on. And that should be enough. That should get us through. There we go. You're sure there'll be more, huh? Yeah, it was funny. My son said, how far north? Because I'm always cold, but that's because born with a heart murmur, that's still in there. Had other health issues. But my normal body temperature is 96. So even getting like 100 degrees is a low-grade fever. But he asked me, how far north would you be willing to move? And I was like, well, not sure about Maine. But, I've always wanted to go see New Hampshire and Vermont. Check them out. When my parents did family vacations, I wasn't born yet when they did New England. So my first family vacation I can remember was being 5 years old in Holland, Michigan. So I can remember there and then working our way south. Every year a different state. All right, so let's do, we did that. We did that. That has its number. This didn't sell. We're not going to worry about that one. Let's do our little precious moments girl. She's so cute. Normally, I don't like precious moments, so I worked in different Hallmark stores and had to sell the stuff. There, it's like too cute, like cutesy cute, kind of annoying cute, but I like her. Now, this tag, made for applause, or in connection with applause. She's December, surface washable only. You have no date. But judging from the graphics, I'm thinking 80s or 90s. I'm thinking 80s. So she's adorable. Look at that. She's got her little sprig of holly berries and a candle. She doesn't have that cloyingly sweet kind of look that the porcelain does. I like her shock of little hair there. But she's a little cutie pie. Got a little big old feet and her shoes. She's got her original tag is still with her. So I was looking for the date, but she was made by Applause as part of a Precious Moments Dolls of the Month. And she's December. December brings us Christmas Day when God sent down his son. It's a day of love and joy and fun for everyone. But it doesn't, no year. So I'm thinking she's 90s at best. Yeah, we haven't had any snow yet. We had little balls of ice drop for about 2 hours. And that was it so far. And I'm okay with that because my Boy Scout troop had 700 plus trees to sell since the Sunday after Thanksgiving. We have now sold out. Tree sale was done at 2 o'clock today. So, but yeah, that first weekend, the first day, they unloaded the trees at 7 o'clock in the morning. The tractor trailer was there. They didn't start selling trees until 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. And they sold 342 trees the first day. That was like not quite half of what we had in a day. Jeez, I'll bet those kids were tired that first day. But she's also got the little holly up here, cute little band. She's in good shape. I mean, I didn't find anything wrong with her. She doesn't have any dirt marks to her. The tag's got a little crinkle right here where it's been folded, and there's a little scrape to it. Can you see it? There's a little scrape there. But that's about it. The tag is the only issue. She's in great shape. Cute little thing. And you can just sit her up on a shelf, as a cute little thing, or be that little thing for the little grandchild, or just I don't know what to say about something that's like this kind of cute. I'd do Maine if I could choose, or I'd love to do Canada, but I think I'd freeze my tail off. I don't know that I could handle that far north. Oh, because, I know that in the family tree, Alice out in the hallway, her parents emigrated through Nova Scotia because for some reason, even though Robert Logue was working here and went in and out from Philadelphia, because we found old ship's manifests with him, he couldn't get his wife in through Philadelphia. So he had to go and bring Mary Logue in with him from Ireland. And I think they were Scottish more than Irish. But anyway, that's a whole other story. They had to bring her in through Nova Scotia. So for the longest time, we thought Alice was born in Nova Scotia. No, Alice was born in Vermont. Finally found old church registry stuff. But they came in through Nova Scotia. So, and they lived there for the first year that he brought her over. So I wouldn't mind going to see Nova Scotia, but I don't know. They have a tendency to get a lot of nor'easters. So let's do little girl here. I've run out of room. I have filled the page. Haven't done a 2-page sale in a long time. Like I said, my only Christmas sale of this year. Gonna get it all out. So the Precious Moments doll. Sit her over there for a second. Okay, get my lines drawn. So she is going to be, she's going to be $8. I had to stop and think, what did I see what they sell for? There are certain ones that are far more popular in this series than others. The 4th of July one, this one, and the Halloween one all tend to go for $12 to $15. She is $8. She's number 9. $8, number 9 for the little December Precious Moments. I can spell the word precious. Can't even spell the word. All right, the voice is starting to crack. Time for a cough drop. I don't have too many left in this house. Oh, I was sick. I was going through all the ones, and I had stocked up because somebody had them on sale. So I bought a bunch of... Oh, bugger all. Okay, well, that's the end of that one, but I have to make sure I get that so the cats don't. They're all sleeping right now. But I had a bunch of Ricola cough drops because they had them on sale, and I had bought I actually had some cash, so I bought 8 bags of them. It helped get me through being sick, that's for sure. Okay, so let's do these guys. They're called Glow Stars. These are going to be an offer up. And these are going to start. These are going to start at $7. Now, being the container that they are in, I'm pretty sure these are from the 50s. Maybe a little later, but not by much. These things kind of, once you get past the 1960s and into the 70s when the lights started getting smaller, you didn't find these anymore because these, let me see if I can carefully get one out of here. There's a trick to getting them out because it is a tube. And there is a lip to that tube. So you have to kind of like tilt it over, slide it over. But see, these would go onto your Christmas light and then you'd screw the bulb back on. So they're for those ones that, the old school ones that had the bigger bulbs. Now, when I find these individually, I used to use them for making decorations. But this one, I never wanted to do that too because it's so rare to find them in the original container. And they're in fantastic shape. They even have patent number and then other patent pending printed around the ring here. But they come in the blue, the yellow, a clear, a red, and a gold. And they're flat on one side, perfectly flat, and then the other side has beveled edges, which catch the light different ways. But to get them back in, you kind of have to like push to one side down and then very carefully push, come on, that in. And now I got to do the same thing with this one to get that point in because you pull this out a little bit, but it's in fantastic shape. There's no discoloring to anything except the original label is starting to discolor because of the glue. And I can't, Marsburg, I guess that was some kind of a department store, but Marsburg is the label, but there's nothing printed on the label. If there was, it's faded. Let's see. Glow stars for Christmas tree lights. Make every light a glowing star. I mean, just even like that, I think they look pretty cool. Now, they are On a Light Corporation, Peoria, Illinois. Easy to attach by unscrewing the bulb, placing the star with wide side toward you over socket. Replace the bulb. To remove them from the container, press end disc and lift out. But so I see Kimmy at 7. And like I said, it's very rare to find these in the container. Usually this thin plastic tube, this is usually cracked or gone completely, and you might find these just individually. I know there's some older ones I had that I might still have on some strings of lights from my great-grandparents' house, but I think these were from my grandparents. And we're up to, Kimmy is at 9. It really is a nice find. It really, and it's full. It's not missing any. It's right to the top like it's supposed to be. Though I realize now, I think I put that in there upside down. Because I've had the blue one and the yellow one out. And now looking at them now, I realize that I have put the blue one and the yellow one in upside down. So you get 3 of each color. 3 clear, 3 green, 3 red. Somebody must have had them out at some point because the colors are mixed up. I know I only ever had the top 2 out. But I didn't want to separate them because it does look kind of cool just like that. And I just didn't want to when you find some of this vintage stuff, you just don't want to mess with it because it just looks cool as it is. And it makes it even cooler in the fact that it is in the original package. And I see Melody says she's out. All right, I'm going to start to call it. Going once. Where'd my pen go? Going twice. And sold. And cat hair. And it's Kimmy for 11. Thank you very much, Kimmy. Awesome. Tuck you right back there. Now, did that. We'll do those little guys, and then we'll do these Christmas balls. 2 very different types and very different sizes of these things. So I'm guessing they're from different points in time. So let's see here. These are a set of, I just wrote down push puns. Push puns. No, push pins. Push pins. Now they're vintage. They've never been opened. They are from 2001. So these things are definitely vintage. They're over 20 years old. I used to work for Joann Fabrics, so I know as soon as I see Santa's Workshop, I know that it came from Joann Fabrics. So you have a penguin, a snowman, a crescent moon kind of Santa head, a reindeer, a bear with a drum, and the strangest gingerbread creature I've ever seen, because that gingerbread guy looks more like an amoeba than he does a gingerbread cookie. Maybe writing down puns was the right thing. Still in the packaging. I've never opened them. I'm never going to use them. I thought maybe I would, and then I realized they're resin push pins. If I were going to use these, I would need to somehow tap them into the wood framing of something I'm making, and I was like, I'd be afraid that they would crack and fall apart being resin. So they're better off going to somebody who's going to use them as push pins on a bulletin board or something. Honestly, maybe you can make something with a styrofoam backing and use them on that so that they go into that. But they're all 6, still sealed in the package. It is $3 for these great vintage push pins. $3, number 96. Push puns. But look, you can't blame me. He looks like an amoeba, okay? The gingerbread amoeba. Everybody else looks so cute. I particularly like the snowman and the Santa, but that gingerbread thing's an amoeba. $3, number 96. Oh my goodness. Let's do this guy quick. So this is from 1977. And this is definitely something for my night owls. It is a collection of holiday classics. I have no idea what that box means. 1977 Amson Industries. Now, it's one of those ones. There is, get that piece of string off of there. So this is in the early days of lucite. Look at that. Look at. Let me put this behind it. It's a baby and a parent. It's an owl. My night owls. It's an owl ornament. It comes with its own little wool felt pouch for storage, and then in that box. But I mean, first off, the geometric shape is but it's all cut in and embossed in, so that when you look at it that way, I think, like this is early acrylic, but very, very cute. Very cute. And so you remember these? You remember these are the push puns. So, and he's got his original box. So for the owl ornament, 1970s, probably owl acrylic. Oh, I forgot to write the number of those down. Okay, that was 96. This one's going to be... I know there's a thing. There's a lot of people that like look for these acrylic ornaments. And when you have a grouping of them, they do actually look pretty cool on a wreath or on a tree. But so for the night owl ornaments, it is $3 and it's number 88. $3, number 88 for the owl. For the little acrylic owl ornament. Oh, God, the temp must be dropping outside. It's not raining anymore. My hands are getting cold. Oh, the acrylic? Yeah. When I was a kid in the 70s, the cops stopped me one day because they thought I was running away from home. So I opened it up and I showed them what was in the suitcase and made them buy stuff. So there used to be a thing called Farmco. I don't know if it was all over the country, but they had a place here. And you would get this box that looked like a suitcase. And it was used as a fundraiser for schools and Boy Scout organizations. And so my mother handled it every year, and the Boy Scouts would do it. This was their fundraiser for the year. And you would go around, usually in October, and you would have a sample of everything. You would have one item of everything we sold. And this suitcase would have 25 things in it. It was not lightweight. But honestly, I see all this stuff now that's Homeco. Homeco was one of the biggest producers of stuff that would be in those kits. The flat holiday Christmas wrapping paper, as well as regular wrapping paper for all season, that would come as the squares, the folded up sheets in squares. Those would be in there. All those little candle things where it's the little porcelain child and then like a little well thing next to them for the candle, for a votive candle. Those were in there. There's usually be some plastic kitchen thing. There'd be acrylic ornaments or wooden ornaments that are all the rage now. We would sell them. I remember they were called cathedral candles, cathedral window candles. And I saw one on somebody's thumbnail recently, or on a picture from Facebook, maybe, or Instagram. I think it might have been Lorianne too. But they were flocked. They were about this high, and it was a tube, and it had like a glass insert, and then you would stick the candle down inside that. But the flocking on the outside looked like a castle turret, and it would be the little windows. We sold those. That owl, that kind of ornament, 100% would have been some of the things we sold. But the cardboard box literally looked like an old suitcase. It was printed to look like the 1930s, 40s suitcase that would have the leather belts, the straps around it. But it was a big old cardboard box, but it was the size of a real suitcase. And I would sell too, because my brothers were all in Scouts and I would pester to have a box of my own. So I was maybe 9 years old going around the neighborhood with a box of my own. And the police honestly were worried that I was running away from home. So I sold them a bunch of stuff. That was great fun. Oh, all right. Let's get these two done because I know somebody's going to fall asleep soon. So this is made in Western Germany. Sorry. Now they have the kind of muted red coloring that they did to make it mimic the old Victorian ones. But they are like a paper mache. Honestly, I think these are thin strips of wood because I don't know if I can get the light to show them. There's actually, can you just see the lines right here? It's like thin strips of wood underneath those pictures. And when they did them, they must have, I honestly think that they put the image on to the pieces while the pieces were flat. It doesn't show so much in the center. The center looks good and everything's smooth. But then when you get down to here, you can see where the outer edges overlap. And so like it's cut the bunny's ear off and it's cut part of a bird in half. But that's what happens with these. You know, that can't be helped. It does have the original little string. So these were always meant to be like candy containers on the Christmas trees. And so being that these are Western Germany, these would have been after what? After 1947 up to the 80s sometime when they finally tore down the wall. So this one is slightly bigger than the other one. This one is an angel band. She's singing. One is playing, I don't know if that is that the bass or the viola and or the cello. Bass or a cello. That's not that high. I think that's a cello. And then, well, 1939 was when the war started. Was it called Western Germany during the war? Did it split in half during? I would have thought that was at the end. Um, so this one is the size of a softball, full on softball size. 1939 to 1990, 1990s when it came down. I had to explain that to my kids for communications because they had to watch they had to watch a couple of speeches. And so one of the speeches I chose was Reagan's Mr. Gorbachev tear down this wall. That was one of the speeches I chose. They had to watch 3 speeches. I gave them that one. 3 speeches of historical importance and how did their historical importance affect things now. So I gave them that one. I gave them Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. And I gave them hope and I gave them one of Obama's hope and change speeches from when he was running for president. Oh, 1949. That makes more sense. So, so they had to do 2 of the 3. And so far, only 2 of them have come back with the assignment. And because they recognized the names, I don't know how he recognized Reagan's name, and not Obama, they did Martin Luther King and the Reagan one. And they didn't get it. They didn't understand the importance of what was the wall. What do you mean, what was the wall? Your history teachers have failed, y'all. They really have. I could not believe it. They're twins, and they did the same ones, of course. And they came back to me with what was and then I remember just like click, wait a minute. Because I don't know if they were raised here. I know their father is from India. And I know they go back to India to stay with family. They usually spend 3 months of the summer in India with family. Because that's where the grandparents are. So I'm assuming I've never met their mother, so I'm assuming she is too. And then it clicked. Their early history classes, like they may not have. I don't know how long they've been here. So I was like, oh, you may not, and they've just turned 15. They might not have had that details of that in high school yet. So then I decided, well, maybe I should cut you some slack. All right, so I only have one of each of these. So I'm going to do these as offers. This is the angel ball. Whoops. I know these are not easy to come by. So we're going to start these offers at 7. And it's really nice too, because this one, some of the oldest ones I've seen, they start like this starts raising up. Where they meet, the glue starts popping. Sometimes these are not in great shape. This one is really, really nice. And this is a nice fit. It's not super loose. It's not so tight you can't get it open. And the inside is super nice. There's one spot. Where are you? There it is. So there's one spot right there where the paper lip didn't set flush. That's it. And then there's a spot here where there's some glue mark. Actually, I don't think that's glue. I think that's actually the shellac, because there is a nice shiny layer of something over top of this, and I think it's shellac, and I think that's from the shellac. And then where it says container made in Western Germany is all hidden in the pattern of the flowers on the inside. Maybe they sold it with candy already in it at some point. But I see Val in for 7. And I don't see anyone else coming in. So I'm going to start calling it. Because the other one I have is a little smaller, and it's a Santa pattern. It's a very different pattern, the other one. The heater kicked on. And I know Mike turned the heat down, so we've been turning it down to 55 degrees at night, which is fine if you're under the covers. Not so fine when you're sitting here. Oh, the draftiest corner of the house. Okay. Going twice. And sold. All right. Val. Congratulations. Now we're going to do the other one. And I'm starting him at 7 too, but he's a Santa. So, Santa ball. We're going to start him too at 7. Now, that's because he is a Santa. Now, he has the same thing, container made in Western Germany. So, and it's the exact same paper on the inside, same way of making them. But boy, this one, you all know I like snowmen more than I like Santa, but I was tempted. Now, on this little edge right here, there is a little bit of chipping there, but look at that image. So, Santa, in his, what we're used to in America, his red and his white, but he's got what I'm assuming is supposed to be the Christ child, because it has in German, in Catholic religion, and in, I think, Russian Orthodox, it's the ball with the crown, with the cross on it. And then, of course, you've got the halo thing going on here on a donkey. So I think that's supposed to be the baby Jesus. And then there is this strange little girl, which, okay, so on this side, this is unfortunate. On this side, the way it folded over, she looks like a bald little old man in a dress. But on this side, they did it right, and it just, the wood pieces lined up better. So while she's missing an arm, she actually has hair. But it is such a sweet, sweet little piece. And you can see the size. I mean, it's not much smaller. It's like the next size down, but it's Santa. It is just adorable, Santa ball. And the only thing that's a problem is that the thread they used for this one has untwisted and come apart, because that is a very thin 3-strand thread, and it's fragile. And so it's come apart. But it's also not placed in the right spot. Because if you hung it this way, Santa's crooked. So somebody wasn't paying attention with where they placed it. Ah! So there we go. But it's a cutie. And it's a Santa. So I see just Val. So we're going to going once. Do the jewelry quick. Oh, we still got him to do. Still got a snow baby. Going twice. I'm trying not to sneeze. And sold. Val, you got them both. Congratulations, hun. He's the one thing I forgot to look up. Okay. Snow baby swinging on a star. Oh, okay. Oh, that one's, the hands are in a different place. That's not mine. That one's mine. Oh, so there's two versions of this. Their hands different place. All right, so that's good. I can do that. So he's not going to be an offer. So I have a Department 56. I remember right there, Department 56. Yep, Department 56. So I grew up seeing the original snow babies, which were German Christmas cake decorations, and they're only this high. And when we had to empty my great grandparents' house, my great aunt passed away, and the other great aunt, she could have been allowed to stay there, but she got her nose in a twist and decided she was going to tell everybody we were throwing her on the street, throwing her out on the street. The drama, dear Lord. Anyway, she moved to California to be with her one niece. So the only thing that I had asked for was, can I have the snow babies? So I have the tiny little German snow babies. And then Department 56 came out with fake snow babies that are way, way bigger than the original. And so I don't have many of them. I'd rather have the original little tiny ones. I think they're so cute. So I've had this for a while. I have had it on my tree now and then. For a real tree, I find these porcelain ones to be kind of heavy. So that's why I did buy myself. I do have at one point when I was in college, I bought myself a fake tree. So this is a vintage one. I've had this for a couple of years. I don't know if this pattern is discontinued or not, because some of their ornaments, they have redone them. And just looking it up now, there's different hand places for them. So the snow baby is in his original box. He's going to be $8, number 32. $8, number 32 for the snow baby ornament. Now, I'm going to make this thing $8 as well. All right. The next thing I have, because this is probably one of the few times of the year people actually do use toothpicks, or as they're now becoming called, hors d'oeuvre picks. I had somebody set me straight about that recently. But I have this. It is crystal. It is Bohemia glass, made in Czechoslovakia. But I don't need another. I've got several toothpick holder kind of things. And this one is very pretty and very nicely done. It does not feel like cut glass, though. It doesn't have those sharp edges that cut glass would. I do not feel any, well, I don't see any chips, but there's a spot, and I don't know if it's because that's where the mold had been, would have been the mold line, but like this corner and this corner, I can't see a chip, but those corners feel a little sharper. And then when you get down to their counterpart on the bottom, they also feel a little sharper. So I think that's where the mold line would have been for them to, it's probably blown into a specific mold. I don't know if you can see the swirl. There we go, the swirl of the center. That's what's on the center on both sides. And then it's an adorable little piece. If you wanted to use it as a tiny little bud vase, you could. It's just 3 inches tall. Whoa! What the heck? What set you off, little girl? What are you doing under there? You've been asleep for over 2 hours now. Now all of a sudden, you got what? Your knickers in a twist. Just leaping off of things, scaring me. So, the Bohemian glass crystal, the Czech glass, like I said, you could use it as a tiny little bud vase for violets in the spring, snowdrops, those miniature daffodils that smell so lovely, or for toothpicks, for hors d'oeuvres. So this is going to be Czechoslovakian glass. Need a number? Nope, not that number. We used that number. Oh, no, we didn't. I wrote it down already. Duh. Oh, no. Oh, I said a lower number, so we're putting that. So it's going to be $7, number 29. $7, number 29. Are you all right, young lady? She doesn't usually go after her tail. She bolted out of here like a weird kitty, and now she's attacking her tail and flipping over. It's usually Frodo that plays with his tail. Oh, hello. All right, Nora, thank you. Put you in here. And who is left? We did that. I have the Jan Brett book. I have a tiny bit of jewelry. And then I have these Shackman cards. Oh, This is why I don't do long sales anymore. If the throat's not giving out, the freaking leg is. Where the pinched nerves are in the 5th lumbar. Oh, I got those to do too. They, it's because that's under the small of your back. And it affects the nerves that hit your thigh muscles on your legs, not the interior thigh, the top one on the front of your legs. And when those cramp, it's not like a Charlie horse in your calf where you can kind of stretch your leg out. You can't stretch this at all. The best you can do is jam your knuckles into that muscle and just keep rubbing. Oy, oy, oy. if I do too much lifting of things heavy, if the worst thing for me is to tilt that little bit forward. So things like doing the dishes, prepping meals, cutting vegetables, if I tilt forward, working at the desk, it's an issue. And at this desk, I can't always get forward. Number 32, the Snow Baby. Yes, the Snow Baby's still available. The Snow Baby was $8. So let's move Snow Baby into there. Is that one thing? Did that sell? Ribbon, ribbon. Why did I put that over there? I don't think that sold. Oh, that did sell. That's why. Okay. Okay. So, you two didn't, so you'll need to be for the run through. I'm so happy to have that side of my desk back, because now I have that box. It's a fruit box, says sunset, green peppers, red peppers on it, green and red. But I used to, before the kittens, I could sit stuff on this desk. The doctor didn't care. She's an old cat. After the kittens, stuff for the sale needed to be in some kind of box. It's nice to have the box back. Okay, so I have, and I've had this since it came out. It's a little tiny 12 Days of Christmas book. I love Jan Brett. I absolutely adore her hedgehogs. Absolutely love them. But that's not my favorite Christmas song. So this is from, it's a Putnam and Sons who printed a lot of her stuff. Do we have a year in here? Okay, so the number line has a number 2. So this is a second printing. Illustration copyright 1986. Because the number line goes 13579 cents. So it's whatever the last number is, and the last number is a 2. So this would have been the second printing of it. But I got this when I worked at that point, I was still working in the bookstore. Oh, you can actually see the cover of it has Jan Brett 1986 hiding in the artwork. But it's a beautiful little thing. You know, it's all her gorgeous illustrations. I mean, if I had any of hers, there's one called The Mitten. I do like that picture. Now, I used to display this, and I would put what picture, usually this one, and then I would take little tiny little, I know I had, one year I used the walnut salt and pepper shakers that I had, but I would use little tiny ceramic things to hold it open to what picture. Though if it wasn't that one, sometimes it would be this one. So I would just have it out and it's part of the decoration, but I'd have it open to whatever page I wanted to show that particular time. Usually it was the swans or the owls. I like those two the most. And like at the end one is this big image like this, which I've used that one too. But I thought, it's time to spread the wealth. As I said, this is from the 80s, because that's when I was starting to work at 8 by 1986. I was working at the bookstore. Spent 10 years working for Walden Books. Loved that job. I'd work at a bookstore in a second, but I can't lift boxes of books anymore. So it is a Jan Brett 12 Days of Christmas. And this is, she's such a collector's market for her stuff. I looked into trying to get my hands on, somebody had on eBay the poster. Now, they used to send out book posters for her stuff. They aren't big, big, big poster like you think of. They would be about maybe 14 inches long and maybe 10 inches high. And they would be basically would be the book cover. And somebody had the advertisement cover that was sent to the bookstores of the mitten. And I did have to admit, I did try to go after that last Christmas when I saw it online. And that sucker sold for $50. That was way out of my budget. But I would have framed that and used that as a Christmas decoration because I like the mitten. But I do really like her hedgehogs. I think her hedgehogs are adorable. So this is going to be, it's in excellent shape. I have taken very good care of this one. This one, honestly, you would think it was brand new. There's not even shelf wear because it was never on the shelf. But it is $5 and number 45. $5, number 45. And I have to laugh because I see the price printed on the back of what I paid for it in 1986 or 7. And I know what this sucker is going for now to buy it. And it ain't even this price. And I see Lois. Please tell me that's Gary's TV and not cats outside. It stopped. Gary sleeps all night with that TV going. Drives me crazy. Because my bedroom is just a little bit down the hall from him. And it's so friggin' loud. I thought I was hearing two cats starting to fight, like outdoor male cats. Can't be having that. I'm determined to get Percy and Jack to not be fighting. Percy is starting to figure it out. If you attack Jack, you don't get food. He's figuring it out pretty quickly. He also finally got the hint when I threw some water on his big old butt when he zipped past me and jumped on Jack from behind. Not having that nonsense either. No, 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 no. All right. We shall do the earrings. Hi, Miss Arwen, you're back. I can get these out of here. So I'm really short, from here to here. These are too long for me. So I thought I would bring them tonight. They are very lightweight. They were made in Taiwan. It is honestly, it's like a paper. I think it's like a paper straw, but it's got flocking on it, so it's fuzzy. And then it's got this little foil piece. Honestly, looks almost like a twist tie, but it's a nice foil one going around. And then it's got the little holly and the berries. But look how long they are. And so for me, these are too long. So when these are in my ears, you see it's hitting my shoulder. It is all the way down here on my shoulder when this hangs in my ear. So these are just too long for the amount of space I have between where my earlobe hits and my shoulder. They're always they don't hang right. So I thought I would offer these up. They are really cute. They were made in Taiwan. They've been bouncing around in my jewelry box in the drawer part in their plastic still for years because of the fact that they're just too long for me. And I would look at them like, oh yeah, I got to remember to take those out. And this year I finally remembered, take them out, bring them to a live sale. They're not going to be expensive. They are the candy cane earrings. They are going to be $3 Number 16. $3, number 16. Candy cane earrings. Dangly earrings, but they're just really long. I can never wear long hoops or any of that stuff because I'm just too short from where the bottom of the earlobe is, which is way down here, to where it hits my shoulder. And it annoys me. You know, I'll turn it and it'll be like catch on my it'll hit my shoulder if I turn my head. So $3, number 16. Tuck you right there. Now, who that. Okay. Now. So I'm going to sell these together because they look really good together. Oh, Lois. Okay. But I have these. Now they are rhinestones. They are prong set, at least are they on the little one? Yeah, they are on the little one too. Now they're stretchable. Okay. I'm selling them together. They're the same size, but they just look really good together. They look really what are you doing? What are you doing? Honey, if you want to lay in this box is about to hit the floor. What are you doing, girl? What? You want to come down here? Come on. She's thinking about it. What are you trying to do? You can't sleep there. Hey. No. No. Come here. No. You won't let me pick you up. Arwen, honey, you can't. Oh, here, down here. Go to this box. Get your foot out of the box. There, you can lay in that one. She's trying to lay down in the box where the stuff that's sold is. That's not going to happen. So not going to happen. So anyway, these two stretch bracelets, they're really, really pretty. I wear a lot of sweaters, and I've found that what? Oh, come on, man. Oh, the purrs. What? What are you going to do? What? You cannot be in the big box. You can lay in the little box. Doesn't know what to do. No! Oh, you are contrary tonight. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at her. What do you think you're doing? Oh, now you're over here. Hi. You cannot be on the desk. Our little girl. Go that way. Go that. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Dumped you. Sorry. We don't usually get an Arwen sighting, do we? I guess she's saying Merry Christmas to all of you. Ow! Ooh, ow! Ooh, 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 you have sharp claws. She just climbed my leg to get back up next to me. Oh, you're not as bad as Elrond, though. Elrond has murder mittens. He still has little kitten claws, like murder mitten claws. You lay down, girl. Okay, let me finish up what I'm doing. Mama's working here. Don't you do it. Not in there. So these two together, you cannot stay in that box. Tell Miss Marilyn how happy you are. Yes. You and Elrond. Because you are a brat. If we get the cheapest litter that causes a lot of dust, she and Elrond and Aragorn start having trouble. They sneeze a lot and have issues. And Miss Marilyn, bless her heart, sent the nice litter that's on the wish list for the kitties. This one is picky about her litter. She does not like the cheap clay litter, which puts up a lot of dust. So she will decide to do things other places. It's not so much the urinating, but she doesn't like to poop in the crappy litter. That's a problem. So little Miss Finicky. Other than that and being held, two things she's finicky over. Elrond, we've got to watch what he eats. So some of that wish list is for the indoor kitties, and I had certain foods that are for more delicate stomachs. He's very much, I mean, he's still like, you just saw her size, but she at least looks like an adult cat. He's only about, I would say he's only about 14 inches long, full grown, and he's not even as tall as she is. And they're both smaller than the three big boys. But Elrond's even smaller than she is and definitely weighs less. But when he climbs my leg, you really notice it because it's like having a kitten do it, and kittens have the sharpest dang claws. But we keep that special food like the Purina 1 for sensitive stomachs and all that. We feed him separately because otherwise the other ones will scarf it all up. But he has a hard time with foods to keep it down. It's just he's been checked out. They're not finding anything wrong other than he's just smaller, and he's definitely more Siamese. He and Frodo have Siamese characteristics, but they really show up in Elrond in his coloring, his build, and they said that sometimes having finicky stomachs is typical of Siamese cats. His parent was definitely the one Siamese cat that had been around, that had gotten away from some owner that had gotten it fixed. But he eventually got back to his owner, and his owner did get him fixed, but not before he became a daddy. So, but so they are very happy that Auntie Marilyn sent them some litter and some dry food. They're both very happy, and they say thank you. But she still shouldn't be in that box. She just, tell me cats don't know what you're saying, right? You know what she just did? I said that. You heard me say that. She just stopped cleaning her tail, looked at me, blinked like that, and then went right back to cleaning the tail. She knows she's not where she should be. She knows. Oh my goodness. All right. So for the 2 stretch bracelets, I'm going to do $5 for the 2 of them. You have this wonderful Christmas green and the clear. Nicely done. Prong set. Nothing wrong with them. So I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, they are $5. $5 number 92. $5 number 92 for the 2 bracelets. There. Had that. Those 2 things. Did the bracelets, did the earrings. So are these the last 2? Just double checking. Is it back? Is it back? I thought they were long gone until last night I heard a fox. It's back. Oh, they're back. So we haven't had foxes. We've had foxes for about 18 years in the neighborhood, which is never had a squirrel problem, really. We also didn't have a rabbit problem. But then they tore down the one house, the one mansion house, and tore out a lot of the field and wooded area behind it. And that's where the den was. And so they started that right after they opened up the pandemic. So for the last 3 years, no foxes. And in spite of all the cats in the neighborhood, we've also been getting fewer and fewer cats because there's a couple of us been working hard at trying to get them fixed and pillows are sliding, and at least get them trap, neuter, release. And last night I heard it, and I heard this woof, and it's this funny. It's not like a wolf. It's this funny little kind of noise. It's the closest I can get to it. But that's a wolf call. He's calling to find one of the to find somebody else. So either it's a solitary one looking for another one, or it could be a parent looking for, because they won't make the litter from the summer. They'll overwinter with them, and then in the spring they'll kick them out. So they'll stay in the den over the winter. And so it could be a parent one calling to a young one. But I heard it very clearly. It was definitely in the backyard last night. This is a little further, not directly in the backyard, or it'd be a lot louder than that. But then it kept moving further and further off that way. So I just heard it again. I'm so happy. I have never, in all those years of having the foxes around, we had one that for a while there used to come and eat with the feral cats. Back when I was working pre-pandemic, that would have been about 2017, 2018. And it would show up for the early morning feeding that Gary would put dry food out around 6 o'clock in the morning. And it would come up on the porch and it would eat with 5 cats. Never had a problem. Not a single problem. And then it would show up in the evening. It would show up at dusk looking for more food. And that one showed up that one disappeared right before the pandemic. I mean, we had a whole year of that where that one would show up, because that's how I found out how to get treatment for mange for him. We started feeding him hot dogs, and you could put the tablets and chop up a piece to about that big, and it would just swallow that right on down. Because mange, if they go through the winter with mange, they'll probably freeze to death. And so we treated him for mange. And but I miss them. They kept them. Look, we didn't have a problem with them with the cats because we had an abundance of squirrels. You only have to go 2 blocks away. The rabbits are already closing in, because there would be rabbits up in Parkside, the next town over. Like, you'd go 4 or 5 blocks and you'd start seeing wild rabbits. Once the fox moved in, we had no more wild rabbit problems. Now, all I have to do is go for a walk 2 blocks over and I see rabbits in lawns this past summer. So they're close. So the rabbits are soon going to be here, and I'm going to have a garden next year, and I don't want the rabbits in my garden. They will rip that sucker apart. We also have way more raccoons than we did before, because the fox will go after a baby raccoon for lunch if it has to. Not often, but we also have skunks. And again, the fox helped keep that in check as well. I'd rather have the fox. You do have to worry with kittens with a fox. They won't bother a full-grown cat, but a kitten, just like any predator, a kitten's a whole other thing. The young of any other species for a predator is a whole different thing. But yeah, but as for the adult cats, never had a problem. Not one. Now, I don't live in an area where there's the bigger predators. If you have bobcats around, or mountain lion, definitely, coyote, you lock up your cat and your dog. Lock them up at night. Don't let them out at night. But yeah, I also didn't have a problem with mice coming into the house. I had no problem with mice when we had the fox. And the fox showed up every day and every evening. Never had a problem with mice. Y'all are falling down on the job after last night. Last night, I stayed up late and I was pulling stuff out, washing some stuff up and doing the dishes that were out there from dinner because none of these boys did the dishes for 2 days. And anyway, I was out here and then I went into the kitchen. And as soon as I flip that light on, I hear this scurrying and plastic, and I didn't see it, but I heard it. And something had decided to eat its way into a box of macaroni that had been sitting on the counter. That was a mouse. And I knew it had to be a mouse, and I knew exactly where it went because behind the cookbooks, there's a narrow little crack in the wall. Now, they can flatten themselves pretty good. They only need a tiny little space. And then I look over, and Gimli is asleep on the kitchen table. This thing was out there crunching away happily on elbow macaroni, and this cat was sleeping, doing nothing, and was indignant that I woke him up. He is the most muscle of all of them. Gimli is perfectly named because he is brawny and solid like one of Lord of the Rings dwarfs. But he is no mouser. Definitely. So I'm tempted to make Aragorn sleep in the kitchen because that boy gets a mouse. Nobody's getting it back. Nobody's touching it. And you will not find a body. He did. If he eats it, he eats the whole thing. I'm assuming because I've seen him with mice and I've seen him kill them quick and then get away from him. He will not let anybody touch it. He will find some spot to disappear. And nope. Now I know they found some playing in the basement. So far since the cold weather from the beginning of November till now, I've found 2 in the basement. And there was a third one that I heard that growling and found Aragorn in a corner with one and 2 of the other cats just sitting there looking at him. And he has got, that death look in his eyes, like, get away or I'll kill you. He just was not. He even growled at me. I wasn't allowed near him. So he had that mouse in his mouth. So he's the real hunter. He may be an airhead in a lot of other ways, but he is a really good mouser. So anyway, let's see. Those were done. Those were done. Those were done. I did everything in there. Why do I feel like there it is. I am forgetting something. I have a tray. I have a Joanne Fabrics tray. I don't mind squirrels as long as they stay the hell out of my roof. I don't mind raccoons for the same reason. Stay out of my roof. Now the roof's repaired, no more of either. So they went from everything being labeled Santa's Workshop to being called 'Tis the Season Coordinates when it's household stuff. Any cute? I don't need 4 of these, so I brought one. Mom and I used to get them when they were all on clearance, and we'd fill it with cookies. And, these would be the fun little gift things. If you went to a holiday party and you take homemade cookies, we'd pack it all up. But I found this one still in its packaging. This is one of the ones I never used. And it's cute. If you decorate. I mean, these are great to decorate with because you can get the little hanger things and hang them on the wall, or you can use them. You know, my sister has one that's got it's got Santa and the reindeer and the sleigh, and it just goes this way. And she put one of those little tab things on it, hangs it on the wall as Christmas decoration. So you can use these tins for decor. So it's a nice size. It's a big one. It's a big one. So this is 12 to there. 13, 14, 15. So it's 16 inches long and 11 inches across. So it's a fair size. I will find a box because I don't trust this not getting dinged or bent. So it's, it's in the original bag. It's never, ever been used, but it is a really cute Santa tray. Does it have a year on this tiny little print? It's going to be early 2000s because that's when I still worked there. 2002. So it's vintage. It's over 20 years. It's vintage. 2002 Santa tray. Santa tray is going to be $5. I know. Stop looking at me funny. That was my stomach growling. Behave, kitty. All of a sudden, her head went up and her eyes went, oh, like, I'm stomach growling. Leave me alone. So it's $5, number 11 for the Santa tray. $5, number 11. I knew I had something else and I couldn't figure out what, and it was sitting way over there. What? What are you doing? You gonna lay down in the smaller box now like a good girl? It would be nice. Lay down. Yeah. No, don't hit the button for my printer. Leave the Rollo printer alone. The Rollo printer is way more expensive than you were. Lay down, girl. So that leaves us with the last two items, which are Shackman. Oh, no, she's back in the bigger box. Why is it you want to be so close to Mom? You never sleep in the room with me. You rarely ever hang out with me. Now you're hanging out with Mom. So I have 5, 6, 7. I have 8 of these. These are from 1998. They are vintage Shackman, old-fashioned Santa gift cards for the money. Place your check or folded money inside the envelope. Envelope included. What a nice way to present a monetary gift. Our version of the antique. So the image itself, and I do not have one of these that's open, but the image itself is a die cut Santa. So all this where you see the cream color, that's actually all cut out. So it's a die cut vintage image. And then they added this little poem on the bottom. You may think it very funny that my little gift is money, but 'tis none the less sincere, bringing with it heaps of cheer. Now, I have a couple of these. I've got, what did I just say, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I have 8 in total. And these are, move you over out of the way. So, Santa money card. What did I do with? I should have looked these up. I should have looked these up. Well, it's you guys, so let's make them $3 each. If I put them online, they'd be $5, but I mean, you guys, so you guys have stuck with me. So these were printed in Hong Kong. But yeah, definitely 1998 Shackman Company. So they're $3 each. And so just put the letter C for card in, and then let me know how many you would like. So they're $3 each for the vintage Shackman reprint of the vintage Santa. And then it is a money card, so it has that fun little poem. They're all still sealed. I've never used them. I used a few when I got them, because when I originally got them, there were like 20 of them. But I have 8, so just put C and how many would you like? So I see Kimmy is in there first, and then Melody. Just let me know how many you ladies would like of them. I do like that image. You know what's funny about that image to me is Santa does not have a sack. He's got a basket. So it's very much the old Victorian idea of Santa. But the basket has this big old elephant in there. That's something that, wouldn't have expected to see. Okay, so Kimmy wants 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3 for Kimmy. Melody, how many would you like? You just want 1? Anybody else want any? Honestly, with the price of greeting cards these days, it's the cheapest greeting card you'll ever have. And so very cool. But I do like him. He is really cute. I like that he's a die cut too, because, even afterwards, you could probably use him as a decoration. So, all right. So there's still 4 of those. Now, the last time I sold these, they went for $12 each. I have a Shackman piece that kitty's playing with a toy in the hallway. This is it's a trio of angels. Well, of cherub heads. It's meant to be an ornament. Now, I did these last time I ever sold any of these. I did them as an offer up because this thing is a big, double-sided. It's heavy cardstock. All this little lines. There's little gold lines. I'm trying to get the light to catch it, but all those little lines you see are gold. It's the same on either side. They are Shackman. It is one of their most popular ones. It's from 1993. These were printed in Hong Kong. But aren't they fabulous? And it's big. And all those little lines are embossed in. So they're 7 inches wide and 5.5 across. Now I would just stick mine. I have 1, 2, I think I have 4 of them, 3 or 4 of them. But I put them on my bookcase so that I could just tilt it up against the books. I don't try to hang it with this delicate little gold thread they use. I just have it where I have to have it propped up because I just think they're so pretty. And I'm going to do it as an offer just in case. Now, these are, I mean, I do give you great prices whenever I can. I always have some stuff that starts at simple, like at $3, sometimes even lower. But these guys, I know what their worth is. I know what they go for. And I also know how rare they have become. Even when Shackman was printing out, these were featured in Victorian magazine, in Victoriana. And then I saw this again. Do you remember the Victoriana calendars? And all the border around the month would be this montage of all these kind of Victorian paper scraps. Some of their scraps, when you look closely, are pieces of stuff that Shackman made. And I know that in one Christmas year, in one year, the Victoriana calendar had this on the December part. It was the exact same one. And but like I said, it's the same on both sides. And I do have, this is for one of them. But they aren't thin cardstock either. They're a good solid piece of good heavy duty cardboard. They're solid. Not super heavy, but I mean that they're not that flimsy stuff. So, but this is for just one, and I see Lois has come in for 7. But these are the epitome of like Victorian scrap. And the original that they copied was probably some little thing about that big, and they blew it up and made it this way. And their stuff, Shackman stuff, is just the quality of it for everything they did, especially when they did this embossed card stuff, has always been excellent quality. And it's such a shame that they are not still around. But styles change, and I guess, not everybody was into so much that old style look for a while there. But those of us in the vintage community, we've always loved this kind of stuff. And to have, have the original sometimes would be just out of our league, expensive, because it'd be so rare, or they'd be fragile because they'd be paper. But these kind of things Shackman used to, and the reason I know so much about Shackman is when Shackman in the 90s, I was working at the Walden Books, but at the Christmas season, I also worked at a Hallmark store because I knew the game plan was to pay for college. So I would consistently work 2 jobs at the mall. Full-time job was Walden Books, and every Christmas season, I would get a part-time job. And at the Hallmark, I did so well there, and they actually carried Shackman products. Hallmark stores still are a franchise, but you are required to carry 80% of your product must be Hallmark. What you do with that other 20% is up to you, but everything else has to be Hallmark. And at the one I was in at the time, they carried Shackman, and I loved the stuff. And I was allowed to be the one to go through the whole catalog of what they had, and I picked out what the store was going to carry. After that first Christmas, she let me do it because she knew I knew what I was doing about inventory control. And so I knew a lot. I had talked to the rep that we'd buy off of. I knew what their catalogs always talked about, which is how I can say so much about Shackman now when I actually found some to sell. But like I said, I had quite a few years ago, I had a chance to buy a huge box lot. And this solely was the reason I went after that box lot, because I wanted some of these. And these are my last ones. So I see Kimmy at 10. They really are wonderful. And the coloring, I mean, I know they're not lithographed, but the coloring matches the old style look of what, and that was the beauty of Shackman. They would try to get the best quality lithographs, the old originals, and that's what they would copy. And they would copy the colors. None of this digital fussing around with it. They didn't do that in the 90s. Because nowadays, I mean, I think they might have toned down the coloring on the cheeks, but that's what the original had. So that's what they did. So it is just such a lovely one. And so I see Kimmy in for 10. And so I'm going to start calling it. Whoops, I forgot that I have cap lock on. I miss doing that. That was one of the best parts about the museum job, too, is being allowed to actually go through the catalogs and look for unique things. I really miss that job. The sad part of it was I was out for 6 weeks and the store lost money. My boss was out for 6 weeks and I got to run everything and we made money and I didn't even have an exhibition. It's just a difference of how you handle things. And so, so we have going twice, and I'm going to put the sold in. So yeah, try that again. Sold. All right, Kimmy. Congratulations. Congratulations. You have won. Now, I do have 2. So, Kimmy, do you want them both? Or can I go ahead and sell the other one to Lois, who came in at 9? Just let me know. So if you want both, or can I give you the one for 10 and then let Lois have the other one for 9? Just let me know. Actually, I should sell this, because what am I going to do with that one? Oh, that's something different. Okay. Thank you, Kim. It's funny, like you have Kimmy as your name, and all I can think of is my niece, Kimberly, because we always called her Kimmy or Kimba. Because remember Kimba the White Lion cartoon? Girl, you need to get your gray little butt out of my box. Don't give me the evil eye. Okay, so I decided I didn't have any other like vintage cards. I only found this one, but I decided I'm going to throw this one out here anyway. Just because it's stinking adorable. So, oh, you're not a Kimberly? Just a Kim? That's okay. It's such a cool, I like the way Kimmy sounds. I think it's a neat name. I think it's a neat name. So this is a vintage Gibson, that's a little mark for Gibson, Christmas card. Whoop, I almost dropped it. And I found this, and I'm guessing they're polar bears because they're white, but it says, "For Nana, with love at Christmas. Nana, here's something that's meant just for you. A big Merry Christmas and lots of love too." But Isn't that the sweetest polar bear image? Isn't that just so sweet? You know, usually when I do cards, vintage cards, I'm selling off, you know, a small bulk of them. But this was the only one I have come across this year. I did not have any to give you to give you. Oh, that's okay. Kim's all right. My mother's first name was Alda, but when Alan Alda got famous for MASH, everybody kept mispronouncing her first name. Alda should have two L's in it, if you're going to say it that way. But so she started going by Anne. And my name's Nancy, which wasn't common in the 60s. And my sister is Phyllis. So we all were a little different with our names. And the one that always got me is my grandmother's name was Ellen Clare. But the way it was spelled is Clare. No I in there. So we all had, it's a little bit different. That's okay. So I'm going to see if anybody would like to have, does anybody like little polar bears? Or is anybody a Nana? I thought I was going to be a Nana when my sister took that name with her grandkids. And I don't have any grandchildren. And unless Mike adopts, I'm probably not going to have grandchildren. My grandchildren are the furry ones that are sitting next to me in my box. Yeah, I see those ears twitching. So the Nana card is just going to be $3. Come on, separate. Dang it. I got to put the pen down so I get these little cards to separate. It's $3, number 25 for the Nana Christmas card. I mean, wouldn't that just be adorable, just standing up? You know, I mean, I do snowmen, and different people do different things, but I mean, it's a polar bear. Isn't it cute? And it's unused, got the original envelope. So it's $3, number 25 for the polar bear. Now, let's do a 7th inning stretch. Oh my goodness. You get to see my really, really old sweater. I love this sweater, and I've had it for decades, and it's still in decent shape. But you just don't see black and purple. And I love it as a color combination, but you just don't see like sweaters that are that. And so that I knew I was going to be down here, I would need something warm. Definitely would need something warm. All right, let's see if I can. Oh, wait. Melody. Melody. Okay, thank you. I knew somebody would give that polar bear some love. It's such a sweet little thing. Oh, yeah. Favorite colors? I remember in the 80s, it was pink and black was a big popular color combination. And then they started coming out by the 90s. They came out with purple and black. And I've had this sucker ever since. And I'll tell you, it's lasted surprisingly. Now I've got one little pool right there that I gotta find a tiny little crochet hook and pull that back through. And that is from that one over there earlier tonight, before this started. But it's outlasted my wool sweaters, because my wool sweaters, I've worn out all the elbows on them. I don't have any more wool sweaters left. Ah, yes. Yes, I will. But that's the whole point, is I want to, I've been going and staying at my friend's house for a couple of days for the last couple of months. each month because they're trying to get their animals used to me because I'm going to be house sitting when they go away on a cruise for her 60th birthday in the spring. And we've got to get the horses and the dogs used to me. And I'm not going to be going out right away because I had been so sick and I still got that class to teach. So I don't know that I'm going to get there before Christmas. So I will be home in spite of doing the sale tonight. Also makes it better because I do my sales on Thursday nights normally, and Fridays are usually so completely full for me of running around, either doing all the errands, doing all the grocery shopping. There's usually some kind of scout thing on the weekend, or mentoring with a scout, or merit badge things. And so it's just boom, 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 boom. And I'm just not happy with how that does not work for me then to get things shipped quickly. So having it tonight is kind of a test run to see about moving my sales to Sunday nights. Because Mondays are much more relaxed for me. I don't have all that running around to do. Don't have so much to worry about for my life outside of YouTube. So that I think that is going to work better for me to just pack and ship, spend all of Monday just getting things together and going. So this is a test run for that. So, and if it works, then might still have live chats on Thursday nights, but might see the sales move to Sunday nights. The nice part of it moving to Sunday night is I could start an hour earlier. I can start at 9, which helps those that are on the East Coast here a little more than me starting at 10 or 11 at night. So that's, I will be shipped out quickly. Hoping to have everybody packed up and invoiced tomorrow. The only thing I know I have to do tomorrow, I do have to call Forgotten Cats again about coming to get Jack, pester them. I do have to call yet again because nobody answers the dang phone down at the EBT card benefit office. And they're like, you didn't take your phone meeting. You idiots didn't call the right phone number. They're still calling the landline. That landline ain't worked in 2 years. And I've changed all the paperwork to have my cell phone number. But whoever's my caseworker is still not calling it. So I may have to go down there. And I have to run to the post office tomorrow to send out packages. So that's it. That's all I have on my schedule for tomorrow. Knock on wood that nothing else happens. So should be coming out tomorrow. You should be getting invoices and get stuff out the door. So let's see. We showed the Santa tray. Come here. So we have the big old Santa tray. We're going to try to do a recap. There's been a lot of stuff we went through. Let's see if we can do a recap here for those who I know people do this. They do come back, they don't sit through the whole thing, and they fast forward to the end for a recap. And I want to thank the 26 of you that are still here with me. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. So my son said I should remind everybody that there are super chat and super thanks. And he pestered and pestered till I finally said, okay, fine. So I'm saying it now. He doesn't need to know when I said it, and I don't expect anybody to do it. But that's what that little $ thing is at the bottom of the chat. That is how you show your support for the whatever channel. I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just fulfilling what I got blocked into saying, that yes, I'll tell them. I know he's worried about it because he already pays the electric and the phone. Gary pays rent and grudgingly. Mike takes care of other stuff that's part of his rent. But we're all trying to put together our portion for the heating oil. Because winter be here. So anyway, so I have fulfilled my duty of what I said. Oh, Kimmy, I've done it too. I've done it too, where I've just gone to the recap. You know, sometimes it's when I'm working on something, I'll let something play in the background and I'm not worried about it. But then you get, you know, then you see that thing and you go, did that sell? Did that sell? Oh, it didn't sell. It depends. Like some people I stay away from because I know I cannot be at one of Misty's Thrifter Junker Vintage Hunter. I love Trisha from Sandy and Otto. I cannot be at her sales while they're live. And Lorianne. I try to stay from Lorianne too. I watch her sale. I watch like the last hour of it. I'll stop in, or I will watch it on the replay because they tend to have stuff that I really like. I can get myself into trouble sometimes, and I don't have the space for that. Okay, so the lovely Santa tray was $5, number 11. The stretch bracelets, the pair of them, they are in great shape. They are rhinestones. They are prong set, but they are stretch. They're beautiful and great for this holiday season. This is $5 for the pair, number 92. Sold. Where did I put it? I put you up here, didn't I? No, everything over there is sold. Oh, I put it over here. Okay. So then we have, I had to pop him back out of his box. We have the 1970s acrylic owl ornament for $3, number 88. We have, no, don't put the card with the number in there. There we go. We have the push pins. The 2001 Santa's Workshop push pins that I was laughing about how the snowman looks like, the gingerbread man looks like an amoeba. Oh, Lois wants number 88. Thank you, Lois. The push pins were $3 and were number 96. That was the push pins. Where is she? Our Precious Moments doll. Our lovely little December. She was made Precious Moments for Applause, which Applause in the 80s and 90s was doing all kinds of stuff. But she's in fantastic shape, and she is Precious Moments Doll of the Month. She is the December one. Cute little thing. She was $8, number 9. I have to flip the page back. Look, how long has it been a sale where I've done a page and a half? Man, that's a lot of stuff. Put you there, put you there. We have the unused spool of ice skater ribbon, the craft ribbon. So it has this great bow and a snowflake and then white ice skates. Unopened, never been used. The ice skates ribbon is $2. This is 100% polyester and it is 4 yards of it. So the ice skater ribbon is $2. It's number 4. for that. The green stripes. Now, I estimate that this is got probably 8 yards. Remember, that used to be my job for years, is to estimate yardage. Ugh. Okay, so Lois wants the ice skaters. This is interesting because depending on which side you want to use, it's this really nice. It's made in Taiwan. It doesn't say what it's made out of. And they're supposed to be 10 yards, but I think it's missing at least a yard. So I'm just going to say that it's 8 yards because I don't think that it's missing any more than that. Because when I tried to lift this up, you could see that it goes in pretty far. But when you look at it, if you look at this side, the center doesn't have the gold shimmery, but the outer edges do. But if you look at this side, the center has the gold shimmery, but the outer edges don't have so much. So depending on what way you want to use it, so this one was 8 yards of it. It is $3. It's number 63. No idea where its little ticket thing went. Where's the other one? There was a red velvet one. Now this one is like flocking and velveteen, and the back is more like a plastic. So this might be one you can use outside, like literally like out and get rained on because of what its backing is. But you can see there's a lot in there. This one definitely would have all of it. This is supposed to be, this is the kind that, because C&G is not your typical craft store. C&G, you got to know where to get it. C&G is wholesaler. These are the guys that sell to the florists and places like that. God, $13.90 was the original price for this thing. So there's 10 yards. There's a full 10 yards. Well, hello, Nanny. How are you? I was afraid I wouldn't see you because I switched nights on you. Oh, bless your heart. Isn't that sweet? Thank you. Now, let's see. If I remember right, the exchange rate, that's $5. I have it right. Oh, wait. What is this? This is my first. So you guys can't, I don't think, can you guys see it? It's not showing up in StreamYard, but it's showing up. So on my laptop, it shows me what you guys see. And it says, let's celebrate their first super on a live stream. So that's my first super chat. Oh, cool. Thank you. That's so cool. But I do remember that that's not $50. That is, if I remember right, $5. Because of exchange rate. So, oh yeah, so it's showing up for you guys too. That is so cool. That is so cool. I want to get to where I have it, and I don't know how to do it. Nurse Flipper. She has a dolphin thing. So anytime she gets a super chat or a super thanks, it pops up this little video of a dolphin, and all it makes me think of is Flipper. But so she's got some neat thing she can do when that comes up. And I don't have that, and I want one. I don't, not necessarily a dolphin, but I want some cute little thing that I can do. So I'm going to have to email her. Kat, I think is her name. I'm going to have to email her and ask her, how do you do that? Okay, so where was I? So the red velvet ribbon, this one is $4 and number 1. $4 number 1. And there's 10 full yards on there. They really charge florists $13.90. $13.90 each, that says on there. Wow. Okay, where else? That was the red velvet. The green velvet one sold. Santa's list and Santa's stocking. Okay, Lois. Thank you. Now, so Santa's list is this one. An unopened cross-stitch kit makes that picture. Everything is in there. This is a Janlin Christmas cross-stitch from... You don't have the year on that. No, this one doesn't have the year. Probably the 90s. I bought a lot of these in the 90s. I used to do a lot more of them too. 14 count Aida fabric. The finished size is 7 by 10. And Santa's list, I'm giving to you guys for $10. If you've seen the kits that are in my Etsy store, you know that's not what I sell them for on Etsy. So it's $10 for the Santa kit and Santa's list, and that is number 22. Oh, she has a kitten one. See, that's what I want. I want a kitty cat or a penguin. If I could find a video of a rock hopper penguin, I would have that as my thing in a heartbeat. But every time you find penguins, they're always like emperor penguins. They're the big suckers. Rock hoppers are the little ones with the floppy little feathers. That is the, if you've ever seen Happy Feet, there's Robin Williams did the voice of this one little penguin, and he's the rock hopper penguin. They are the funniest little things to see waddle around. And they're very short. They're very small. They're funny and they're cute. The other one, oh, look, the number is down in there. The other one is opened, but like I said, I don't know. I don't know if it's open because I opened it or if it's open because the seam split. I did check it though, since it was open. Everything is in there. I don't remember if I found a needle in there. Should have had a needle. But it's got 16 count Aida cloth. This makes this Christmas stocking. You don't have to put the name on there, but it makes this great Christmas stocking. And this one was also $10 and number 57 for that. And who's next? Tree Cardinal. Where? That's over here. The Tree Cardinal, as I put on my notes, is this wonderful Lefton trinket box. It is in great shape. Now, I have another Lefton one that's later than this one. This one, I think, is the 80s, maybe a little earlier. I forgot. But it has both the sticker and that on there on the sticker and its mark, the gold mark. But it's a cardinal on the holly. Cute little trinket box. This is $5. $5, number 58. One of the reasons I'm able to give you guys stuff so cheap a price is that because I inherited so much, some of this stuff I don't have any cost of good for. You know, you don't have that COG hanging over your head. It's a lot easier to give you guys low prices. Now, I have another Lefton one. Now, this one has a date on it. This one's the one from the 80s. Says 1985. And then, of course, half the foil sticker is there. It is missing that. But this is a nice little trinket box. Good for your rings at night or your earrings. So this one is $3. $3 for the little one and is number 44. Now, let's get you over here. Because to keep it safe from Kitty, I put this back in the box. So, put you guys over here because you're sold. And you out of the way because now you're done with. So, no, it's not what you think with that box lid. This is a gorgeous hand-done glass reindeer. Look at those antlers. Oh my goodness. Isn't he beautiful? Then it has that on it, or you can put him up this way. but I think it's what they call lamp work, where they would make something with the, like, basically the, oh, Natty, that's right. You're totally different time zone. Yeah, you don't always get a chance. This is a different day too, so I was able to start earlier, and I'm able to go longer because I don't have to, there's not much I have to worry about for tomorrow. And I'm thinking of moving my live sales. I'll still do a chat on Thursday nights, but I'm thinking of moving the sales to Sundays because it just fits better with my life. But this big boy, he didn't sell, and he is 6¼ inches tall. Those are wild. But he's frosted glass, and he's all hand done, and just a really beautiful piece. But he just doesn't quite, because he's frosted, he doesn't quite fit in with my snowman decor that I have for the holidays. So I thought, it's time that he finds a new home. So he is $8 and was number 12. $8, number 12. And he will be tissue papered and bubble wrapped to an inch of his life to get him to you safely, because those antlers are impressive. Very, very impressive. So he was $8, number 12. We did the Shackman boxes. We did that. The two boots. We have the two little boots. We have the larger one, which I would think, number 12 is the glass deer is going to Kimmy. What do you think you're doing? Get away from that box. You sniff something else. This is glass. You go sniff something else. I am taking no chances with that. Well, I put it down, and all of a sudden I look, and she's very slowly climbing over, going, sniffing the box. Oh, you want to go under there now? You going under there? This is where she went to last night. She hid underneath the card table that's next to me. Okay, so this one is bigger. It is more recent. It's a hobbyist piece. It just has a letter S. There it is, carved in there. I remember selling this stuff in the 90s in Joann's. And it's it comes in, it's all goopy when you get it, but it has the glitter already in it, and it's made to dry. And it, honestly, when you get the stuff, it looks like plaster, but it's not. It's hard, but that's what they put around to give it that fur look and all that glitter. I don't know if the light's quite catching it. So this little boot is $3 and is number 10. And then we have the vintage one, which is cold painted, but a little smaller. And you can see little spots, if I can get the light to show it right. They're mostly on the back, though. Oh, there you can see. See these little dots here? That's where the cold painting is worn off. Not these little dots. These are my lights reflecting, but there we go. You can see that one there, and then you can see little tiny ones here. And that's the cold paint coming off. And then there's a little bit of scuffing. See, like that's the light reflection. That's not. That's the cold paint where it's worn. But this one's porcelain. There's no maker's mark or anything. Maybe it had a paper sticker at some point, probably said made in Japan. And the cold paint is wearing off the berries a little bit. But this one's also just $3. and is number 15. $3 now. This is the vintage one. Put that that way. Boot, Ice-Capades. Put you back over here since she went underneath. Got you. Got you. So I have a 1970s Ice-Capades. Oh, 15, number 15. Thank you, Kim. So I have a 1970s Ice-Capade program. And if you do junk journaling, this could be really cool to do some of the images out of. And that year was like the age of Aquarius was part of it. So, but I did like the, because you have whoever were the principal skaters. But you have, whoa, no. Shite. Well, I just dumped some monster on the floor. There was still a little left. Did I hit anything important? Nope. Just packing paper. A roll of it that I had just brought down out of the attic. Yeah. Yep, only that. That's okay then. As long as I didn't hit anything important. That was annoying. Well, I'm awake now after that scare. So, yep, these are all right. These didn't get hit, but that packing paper did. That's all right. Now, where was I? Ice-Capades. It's $3, number 81. And we did the puzzle. We did that. Marie Osmond doll sold. I know I have, where is it? That should be on this page. Where the devil are you? Puzzle's gone. Mercury topper. Oh, I just had them in my hand because I got them away for the week. So I have these country borders. It's a kit thing. Now, the Fusibond is already applied on the backs. Fusibond is, it's a glue webbing that we used to sell at Joann Fabrics, and you could put it on the back of your applique stuff, and then it would just, it's basically glue, and it would glue your thing down. They've already applied it onto the backs of all the pieces. So all you literally have to do is arrange these however you want to arrange them and glue it down with a hot iron. Whether you want to put them on a tote bag or on a sweatshirt, however you want to do it. So there's two different ones. There's the gingerbread people. Yes, gingerbread people creep me out when they're like that. I just have shades of Hansel and Gretel in the Witch's Garden kind of thing. Not a big fan of them. So, oh, the voice is starting to go. Where's my notes? Where are you? Okay, so it's $4 for each kit. Okay, you just need to let me know if you want the gingerbread, G for ginger, or if you want P for the penguin. Same kit, made country borders. Tree toting. That penguin just, why is a penguin got hiking boots on? They're $4 each. P for penguin, G for gingerbread. We did those. We have this cool little picture. Now this is from what I know of how to tell porcelain and the way that base is made, this is early 1900s piece. Not really made to look like Wedgwood, but definitely knocking off the style of Wedgwood. But it's got this nice glaze. But it's such a nice green. Green and white would be good for holiday decorating. It is a little pitcher. At some point, it may have been a creamer. It may not. I don't know. These little sizes in the winter are really cool because if you heat them with hot water first and warm it up a little bit, they make a great thing to put maple syrup in, so it's warmer for your on your pancakes or on your waffles. I've used little creamers like this when I had house plants and had African violets. I don't have any house plants except a Christmas tree, a Christmas cactus, which these idiots still try to eat if they get anywhere near it. So I don't have hardly any plants left. I have that one, and that one survived from my great aunts. It's got a trunk to the center that's like that big around. It is massively old. But I don't need a big watering can. I just have a little creamer thing that I use to water my plant with. But this lovely one is from what I could tell of that base and how they've done it, and the fact that you can see little impurities and air bubbles in the clay that they've used. So it's really gorgeous, really nicely done coloring. It's beautiful, but it is $6 and it's number 38. I like the roundy shape to it. The contrast of that pure white with that hunter green is really nice. So that's number 38. That is $6. Where did the Nutcracker mold go? And where did they go? I've got one left of this, and I can't find it. Aha, there it is. I have one left of the Shackman box. This makes a 4x4x4 box. And you have the Russian bear. He's the only one. No, he isn't the only one. His ice skates are gold, so I thought that was his shoe. And then you have the raccoon, fox, and a cat. Though look at her face. She looks a lot like a bobcat. And then you have that on the cover. Now, I have a box of this, and then I have little holiday figures that are animals, and I store them inside the box. But this is the kind of thing I like for Christmas because I don't have to put it away right away once December's over. I can keep stuff out for the winter because it's a winter theme. I like snowmen too. I can enjoy it for a while. And Lois, I see you for number 58 is the tree cardinal. That's the little cardinal trinket box. Oh, she's catching up here. So you want both Lefton pieces. Okay. But I have one of these left, and it is from Shackman. Oh, shoot. Now I lost it again. Mercury Tree Topper. Shackman boxes. So it's $3. $3. Just put B in for box if you want the one Shackman. The nice part of it being 4x4x4 is it also is a good size for some of those bigger, older glass balls for Christmas to store them in. And let's see. Okay, that's that one. The puzzle, the boot, did the borders, did the picture, the Nutcracker mold. So I don't know who made this because I cannot read that signature. Um, it has a copyright. It says USA. It's HAIT. I don't know, but this thing is. Uh-oh, did I use 44 twice? One was the oval. Oh, I did. The kissing Santa. The kissing Santa was 44. But Marilyn got the kissing Santa. What are you doing back in the box, girl? And then I used the oval, the little oval Lefton. Good catch. See, I lost my numbers. I did not have, when we started the night, I did not have all these. I don't know where they all went. I had to like quick make up some makeshift ones. I've been wanting to remake these cards for a long time, so I guess I really am going to do it now. So good catch, but it's not a problem because now both things that had the 44 number have sold. You think you put the first one? Well, Lois, number 44 that I just did as a recap was the tiny little oval. Where did I just put it? It was the oval trinket box from Lefton. And then 58 was the tree, the cardinal one from Lefton. So is that okay? Did you want both of those? Because I hadn't realized I had used 44 twice. But the other thing was for the little kissing Santa trinket box, and that sold to Marilyn. So we have this now. Is this? I'm assuming this is a cookie mold, but I mean, I would be worried about this breaking off. But he's a nutcracker, or he could be a decoration. But he's all clay. He is a solid baked clay. But there is a signature, and it's not even deep enough for me to get a good. No matter what I do, I cannot get that signature in. But right across here, there is a signature. I don't know who. I can't read it. But it is an awesome piece. But definitely made by hand. Somebody knew what they were doing. So the Nutcracker mold is $6 and is number 62. And honestly, anybody sees this later on the replay, if you know how this would be used, let me know, because this is not something I ever. Young lady, get away from that deer. What are you doing? Give me that look. Little brat. Arwen's being a brat. Not gonna have that deer. Get away from it. Okay, let's see. Nutcracker mold. Santa. The Weeping Gold vase. Where did I put Weeping Gold? Okay. So I've had this for a while. And, I mean, it looks like somebody maybe washed a little too hard. And, oh, Jesus. You are on my last nerve. Don't you go leaping across like that. Good Lord. Come here, you. I'm about done with you, miss. Yes. You just scared the life out of me. Since when do you go leaping across the pile down into a box lid that's next to me? Well, look at her just laying here now. What, an hour ago, she would not let me even pick her up and hold her without fussing? It's because now you know you're in trouble? Is it because you know you just scared the daylights out of me? You bad little girl. You being a bad little girl. I'll do something I know you don't normally let me. Tummy rubs. I never get to do tummy rubs on her. Is this okay? Nope. Now look, why don't you go upstairs and find Daddy? Hey, let go of the sweater. Go find Daddy. Go to bed. That way. No, go that way. Heart jumped a mile. All of a sudden, this slam noise next to me. She leaped from over there, like 3 feet on the other side of that table, and just came over the pile and landed. I just saw this blur in the corner of my eye. Jesus. Make my heart jump. They're 2. I got Michael when he was 2. I didn't have these kind of heart attacks with Michael. I have 5 2-year-old kittens, and they give me heart attacks. Honestly, the human child was easier. Oh my goodness. But I had this in my Christmas stuff forever. In trying to research this apparently it's called Weeping Gold. This was made by Eleanor, China, USA, 22 karat gold. Now apparently you're not supposed to see the white porcelain underneath, but honestly, I thought that was the design. And I would put this out at Christmas because it's beautiful. It's this great splash of gold. And the white always kind of like made me think of snow. And then I would keep this out until the daffodils bloomed. And I would usually have spring daffodils in it. And then I'd pack it away with the Christmas stuff again. Because on this side of the house is the south side of the house. And the daffodils are sheltered pretty well that come up right behind the azalea. So when they get that first light, I will have those popping up. They're just these little short ones, but there's also a couple of the tall ones. So as soon as the tall ones come out, they are the first daffodils up. As the snowdrops are dying, those daffodils will bloom. And then I know it's time I can enjoy them in this, and then I get rid of it. Then I pack it away. But I thought, I've got so much Christmas stuff of my own that I haven't even used yet that I decided to purge. And so this lovely little thing is $5, and that's because of that whiteness. So it apparently is not that's not what it's supposed to look like. So it's $5 and is number 51 for that. And Angel Topper went to Val. That went to Marilyn. Okay, so we have, I have to take her out of the box so you can see her. Yeah, that's possible that she could be hungry. But she doesn't usually they don't get fed till Gary goes out for his morning coffee about 5 o'clock, 5 or 6 in the morning. So she is all porcelain, little teeny thing. She is an ornament. There is you could just barely see the loop back there. My mother used to buy them all for her daughters and daughters-in-law. And most of them were like, but my sister did a really cool thing. She took all of them and made this huge wreath out of all of them because my mother did it for years. But there's very few of them I ever actually used as ornaments. So I thought it was time to share the wealth and pass her along. So little blondie with the ringlets here, she is $4 and is number 17. Don't know what I did with her little card. And then we have, let's see, the one with the white muff sold. Now we have this. This is Pine Baroness, handcrafted in the USA, Harleysville. this is an ornament, and there is a clothespin in there, but the clothespin, that's a way bigger head than a typical clothespin. And she's very cute, little thing. The tag at the bottom says, I'm the guardian angel for a special sister, but you don't have to necessarily keep that on there. I mean, it's on there with a little tag. But it's a cute little thing. It's very much got that cottagecore kind of look. I'm more into fairies than I am angels, so I decided. Or if you want to get a good look at her to copy and make your own to sell at the church bazaar or whatever, you have her. She is $3 and is number 48. And then the Gund. The Gund bear is still here. Now, the Gund bear is not necessarily Christmas, but when we think of Christmas, you know, we've always thought of like stuffed toys and dolls. But the other reason the Gund bear is here is because the furry children keep trying to steal him. They have their own stuffed toys. They don't need a Gund. So he is official. He is Gund. He is also official Batman DC Comics because he is Robin, Batman's sidekick. He's in great shape, but I've never been into... The only DC Comics I was ever into as a kid was the Justice League, and mostly because that had Wonder Woman. That's really kind of it. I was not a big DC Comics reader. So, so we have this wonderful condition. He's DC bear, Gund bear. He's very squishy, soft. He's not like the teddy bears I had as a kid, where they were kind of stuffed tight and hard. He is squishy, soft, which I think is why the cats want him. That, and this feels like, I mean, this does not feel like polyester. This feels almost like cotton. It's so soft. But this is the same kind of fluffy that the two bears that they steal from each other and sometimes lay down with. So I think that's why they want to steal him. And I was like, no, he's for sale. So he is $6 and is number 18 for the Gund bear. And you are going to go back in a box before I go to bed tonight. Because you are not. No, she's back. We will put him up there. So that's oh, Kim. Kim wants the Gund bear. Thank you, Kim. Yes, you come back to scare the daylights out of your human mom. Little stinker. So thank you all very much. That is the recap. So if you've seen this on the replay and have caught that tail end, you know what's still available. Usually stuff can be, you know, you must save him. Yes, please. He's a cool bear. And the ones they have are just nondescript bear. They aren't any kind of character bear or anything. And I was like, okay, they can have this one and they can have this one. But then I found this one and they're like, oh, Mom, what's that? No, it's not for you. He's been safely packed away in a tote for a long time. which is how I found the doll and the Precious Moments doll. All those were all in the same thing. So I was like, oh, well, you know what? I don't know why he's in here with his Christmas stuff, but he's gonna go to the sale. So anyway, usually after my lives, some stuff I will eventually bring back to a live sale. So usually, but usually that's like a month later. Um, so usually within a month of the sale, if you email me for something you saw and it hadn't sold, you might be able to still be able to get it from me. After that though, don't bet on it. Move it out, move it out. I did a thing today. I actually emailed Briggs Auction House and said, send me the information so that I can start getting consignment stuff to you, because I've got that Walt A. Disney toy box in the attic. That's big. I ain't shipping that. I want it gone. So you made it to the end, Melody. Awesome. You don't, Kitty. So yes, it has been a while, but that's okay. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad all of you were here. And thank you all for stopping in and sticking with me. And so everybody will have a good night. And I am, here goes my stomach growling again. I think I'm going to have a small bowl of cereal so my stomach stops growling. And then I'm going to put the bear in a safe place away from small furry children and tidy up a few other things. So you guys go off to dreamland. Thank you all for coming. Thank you very much for those who have bought from me. As I was saying, is that usually for about the first month after a live sale, you might have a chance of getting something that hadn't sold. I'm working on clearing things out in a more timely manner. This sale is also a test run of maybe doing my sales on a different night, because it's not working out to quickly get things processed and shipped having on a Friday, having on a Thursday night and a Friday morning, because there's just usually too much going on. And so I decided to take the leap with the Christmas sale and do this as a test run. And I don't think it worked badly, but I would still do live chats on Thursday nights. But I think maybe the sales might be more consistent on Sunday and work out better for shipping. The truth will be in that tomorrow. We'll see. But usually my Mondays are a lot calmer than my Fridays. So thank you all for coming. And for those of you on the recap, as I said, you can usually find stuff. Thank you for all of you who in the last month have sent me either been paid members to the channel, and you got that sneak peek video of, you know, me finding a grail item, because I found a white Christmas tree for $20. So I've gotten a bucket list accomplished. I don't have anywhere to put it up yet. I don't care. It was $20. I'm never going to find that deal again. So, so they get videos that you guys do not always see. And there's different levels of membership. That's in the descriptions on most of my lives. And there's Amazon wish list and the buy me a coffee. And I want to thank all of you for those, because throughout the year, they've come in at different times from different ones of you. And I am oh so grateful. This has been a great thing to have you guys. And I really do love seeing you all stop in and saying hello. So have a good night. Thursday, I doubt I will be live Thursday night. We have to see. Someone has given us a gift of tickets to a show, to a stage show on Thursday night, and I don't know how late it goes. I don't even know what I'm going to go see. Mike got the tickets. So I don't know, because sometimes these stage shows you go and you may not, if it may last until 11. So so I if I can, I will pop on Thursday night for a live chat, but I can't promise it because we've got these tickets for the show. So I might see you then. If not, then the next week is Christmas. So have a good Christmas. Have a great holiday. Um, if you celebrate Hanukkah, happy Hanukkah. And I will see you all. We'll figure it out. With where the holiday falls, well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Though, if I do get to go to my friend's, she took me to this really cool antique store. And next time when I go, I'm going to ask him if I can film. So maybe we'll get that in if I manage to get out there before Christmas for at least like a day or, well, 2 days because they are over an hour's away. All right. So have a great holiday. Stay warm, stay dry. And I will see you when I see you. I promise I will see you before the year ends. Because I have to look and see what night New Year's is. Because we might be having just New Year's party. I don't know. But I will see you before the year ends. So have a good night, everybody. And I'd say Arwen's saying good night, but she disappeared over that way somewhere. Nope, can't even see her. She's found another place. She likes to pick different spots in the living room and hide to sleep. I guess because then her brothers don't bother her, but she's usually down here or else she's in Mike's room. But she doesn't usually stay down here when I'm down here. This is unusual tonight. So Arwen says good night too. Bye, everybody.